We are live.
That's very good news.
We don't have Cole to say the piston in the sink catchphrase.
I was listening back and I realized that he said it wrong the first time.
What did he say?
He said it's better to sink in the piss than to piss in the sink. And I rated it a 10 out of 10 for comedy excellence.
I think I need to take your certification away. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's possible. That's why we have these audits. We have to have a training session.
Echo is in the chat, hungry because they got a Wendy's ad before the stream started.
I really like Wendy's, but they're like not that common in my area, so
I don't mind Wendy's. I like Frosties, but I don't like their fries. Apparently
yeah,
they changed up their fries recently, though.
Were they the ones that did that started the whole like, oh, nice skin. That's cool. How'd you do that?
There's a skin pack. I had already bought it. That's where I got like the Knuckles fist from before, but figured I'd go all out since I'm normally playing Sonic.
That's cool. God. My cat heard that through my headset and like shot up real fast.
No more warm feet for you. I'm surprised the helmet actually like suppresses the quills. I figured they'd go through it. It looks kind of weird.
Oh, that's weird. Interesting. But if you're going to release a pack based on a character, you have to think of these things. So
I think there's like 20 different skins I can choose from. I wonder if I can do that in game. Let me take a look. Okay, the Sonic ones aren't showing up now, despite they just showed up in this list. I don't know.
just switch to the minor skin like me.
Well, so I apparently have like other skins. There's Mario skins, which I can't use in a realm because, God forbid, people on PlayStation see Mario. There's just random.
Why do you say that?
Like, it specifically does not let me use them in a realm or in crossplay.
Oh.
I can only use them when I'm playing with other Switch people.
That's well, Nintendo is kind of uptight about that shit though, so I can see that.
But you'd think, oh cool, Mario skins. Oh, I can't use them unless I have a Switch. Maybe I need to get a Switch. Like, I'm advertising. Alright, there we go. Now the Sonic skin showed up. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking characters.
Be Tails.
It's basic bitch shit. Gonna be Robot
Do you
Knuckles.
Robot Knuckles.
Did it change for you?
Oh, well, I'm not even looking at you, but now I am. Yeah, it changed. But it looks more like a skeleton, but I can see where you're going with it.
Well, the helmet was probably messing with it.
That's pretty sick.
Hiding the dreadlocks.
I was gonna ask you if you've seen like the Shaggy memes where he's like, "Oh, I've only used 1% of my power,"
Yeah.
or whatever. There's one where he's like, "I remember the last time I had to use 100% of my power. It was to get over her." And that's basically all there is to it. But I thought it was
That's
pretty
deep.
funny. And then there's
a
ones
job
where it's
interview tomorrow or Monday. Is it for the flag folding? Were you at the prison? There's a creeper hole here.
No, because that was right where I spawned in, and when I spawned in, I was floating, so I'm not really sure what happened. But I mean, you were still playing after I left, so.
But I logged off in the KFC.
No, I don't.
As you see.
There's some fuckery about. It's paper and leather makes a book, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Bookshelves are annoying as shit to make.
Well, I'm pissed because so I found another stronghold, like an end.
Oh, really?
But there's no portal in it, which whatever.
I mean, it's got to be somewhere. I think they have to have a portal.
No, I heard that it was either something to do with the New World generation, but sometimes they can be fucked up and not have a portal. I was reading on Reddit, some guy said he went to like 4 different ones and none of them had portals. But I looked in that bitch for a while and I didn't see nothing, so I don't. But anyways, it had like 4 libraries in it, and I had like an inventory full of bookshelves, and I don't remember what happened, but I can't find them anywhere.
Did you put them in your end chest?
No. I'm thinking that I died because when I spawned back in, all I had on me was
That game is
like
freaking out for some reason.
like a pick and nothing else.
What is going on?
You know, it's the normal process. It has to geek out for a little while, everything warms up, and then in 20 minutes it'll be fine.
Well, I flew up to my house to check if I had stone. Oh, what the fuck? What is happening? I don't know if my internet's taking a shit or the game is. It was dropping some frames, but...
Looks like it thought you were just drowning.
Like, so I went up to the house, I tried to check for stone, and it, like, took a second, but it worked. So I flew off, and then my wings just stopped working, so I figured they broke, but then it let me fly again. And I'm, like, trying to check my inventory, and it won't open, and I couldn't break anything. And at that point, like, is when I started complaining, and all of a sudden, I just took like 5 hearts of damage and saw a creeper blow up in the distance.
Do you have any way to like actively check your ping?
Not as far as I can tell, but I figure if the internet was like completely cutting out, you wouldn't have been able to hear me during that.
Oh yeah. True. Yeah, but I haven't had any issues, so...
I don't know. It's only in my neck of the woods.
Strange.
Oh, it seems to be working fine.
Better tame it. Oh, I have a gift.
A gift?
Oh. At my house I have 49 iron ingots you could have had yesterday.
still need them, but I don't need you to give me all your iron.
Oh no, it's never gonna be used by me, so you can have it.
Until your next project, I'm like, oh, I need a bunch of iron.
No, I don't really use. I don't actually remember the last time I used iron for anything, because I just use diamonds for
Lanterns?
everything. Oh yeah, and little. Yeah, that's true. Nuggies. Oh, now I got 53 iron and 38 nuggies. And you ever try to make like stone brick stairs and you accidentally make stone stairs because they look similar from a distance or something of that nature?
I don't think so, because usually I make them in the stone bricks first, and then into the stairs.
I accidentally made a stack of stone stairs.
That's some amateur level shit.
Pardon me for being an idiot.
I was trying to play a relevant soundbite, but it decided it's not going to play right away. All my new ones I don't have. There we go.
I look like a jackass.
A little late there, buddy.
All the new ones I don't actually have on my soundboard. I'm just like playing the sound files on a media player, so they don't. Sometimes they don't like the load.
Understandable. Oh. I didn't. I'm already back. I forgot to look for leather while I was there.
Time to go killing some cows.
Gotta fight some moos.
Move
I'm gonna-
fighters.
Moo fighters, yeah. Skeleton. Where art thou? Oh, I see you. Going in the KFC?
For a second, yeah.
Well, stop. Oh, and
That's
also
the good stuff.
put this somewhere, because I use your lapis all the time, and I'm usually the one that puts it there anyways, so
Why not just put it in where the lapis
I
goes?
might need that later. Oh, it's your house.
And you took it from my house.
Oh, I didn't take that lapis from your house. I'm just saying, usually when I come to your house, I restock it, because I use it a lot. You didn't even pick it up.
I picked up some of it. I got full inventory. Hold on.
Oh. I was watching a couple streams, and you seem to always have a full inventory. That must suck.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to grab my shulker boxes.
It's nice that while you're eating a good family dinner, you can listen to the chickens being slaughtered below you.
They're not being slaughtered. They're just being poked at.
Gotta insulate your floors.
I can't open my inventory again, but I see you moving around on the tables.
I picked up the lapis.
Oh, you're still standing still on the table for me.
Does it have anything to do with the chickens?
I wasn't over by the chickens last time. Oh, alright. It just kicked me. Well, it said the communication error, but I'm still in the game.
I can see you.
Ah, screen went blue.
I think with you.
When I hit you?
No, the switch isn't on the Wi-Fi. Switch is Ethernet. What, is your stuff not working either?
I was just messaging Tay and it didn't go through.
Oh,
Stop.
the stream looks like it's fine too. It's
I just took myself off the internet just in case.
Your Switch is going on strike.
sure hope not. Barely used this one.
2 days in a row of Minecraft is unacceptable.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's really what the week of downtime is for the Switch to recover.
Yeah,
Take this opportunity. Ah, you're back in the game. Right when I laid down.
what do you mean?
I was just about to take a nap.
Really?
No, I was gonna sleep in the games to advance
Oh,
the
I
daytime.
mean, I can do that. I thought you were literally gonna take a nap.
That would be odd.
Well, it's daytime.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Was not a second ago.
Time flies when you're waiting for your homies.
It does indeed.
Hey, Echo. I don't think I'm on the Discord call, though. Here, let me barricade myself in a jail cell and I'll boot it up.
Oh. There's 14 pouties in my donation box.
You have a donation box?
Well, it's like when you go to the market, you can leave little items if you feel like it, if you're gonna use something from the market or whatever. It would work if there was like 50 players here and this was actively used for stuff.
You probably put
sorry,
that stuff there yourself.
What were you saying?
I was gonna respond to Echo. Using PlayStation chat, Dustyn plays on PlayStation. Last night he was using PlayStation also. I just used the Kami Nuggy to bridge over the two chats.
MC Nugga.
Now that one is still out of commission. I gotta recode it.
What does it do? Play music?
I mean, it used to, but the website that I used to do that doesn't exist anymore.
Why don't you just use do you have Spotify?
I do not. It was so the website like specifically was made for like people. You could like make playlists out of YouTube videos, and it would take turn playing music.
Oh. I see. What the f... This is an absurd amount of effort
What?
just to make some fucking books. I'm gonna have to go on a slaughtering spree.
Do you not have sugar cane?
No, I mean I got
Oh, you need the
couple
leather.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and murder some cows. And you know what happens is, if there's ever a mob I'm looking for specifically, that's the only one I can't find.
You have a farm.
Yeah, there's only 2 cows there because I'm never there to whatever, populate them.
Go back to your mushroom island, I guess.
They drop leather?
I think so.
They don't just drop mushrooms?
If you shear them, they turn back into normal cows. So they for sure would then.
What happens if you shear the fuck out of them?
They get quite turned on.
You ever see that meme video or so is that like hold on, is that the correct terminology? Because it's in the meme category, but it's a video, so I just say meme video.
I don't think anyone's gonna correct
Memes
you.
are memes, so.
Because it's not a GIF. You ever heard anybody say GIF?
Tyler says GIF. I said it earlier jokingly.
Makes me want to puke.
Only the creator says it's GIF. I don't care. It's GIF. Creator's wrong.
No, it's an anagram for, and the word that it and
I don't think
the
anagram
G,
is the word you're looking for, but I
yeah,
know
but
what
you
you're
know what I mean, right?
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me look it up.
It's like graphical image or something.
It stands for graphics interchange format. It doesn't say giraffics, so it has to be GIF.
What if it's of a giraffe?
Ahem. Graph.
There's probably someone out there who says, like, traffics. I saw a video where, like, I
Got a
can't remember what
sick
the
traffic
context was,
card.
but it was some lady. She's like, now we need to put this in the micro Y. It's like, what?
I think I saw that. She says like microwave or
Yeah.
something
Instead
weird
of
like
microwave.
yeah.
I was trying to what word was it supposed to be?
Why is jFar not talking?
What?
Can they not hear me?
I said, why is
Can you
jFar
not hear Jordan?
No, I can't hear him.
Oh no, they can't hear you.
Oh,
Let me take a look.
that is a
Yeah,
weird.
Jordan's talking, but he's apparently not.
Oh,
Going
I know.
through.
I know what's wrong. It's
Yeah, 'cause I
because
can
of
hear
the
you,
way
and
that
I
I
have him,
hooked up the
like, he's not
soundboard
muted on my
yesterday.
end.
I gotta fix
See,
something.
and you know what's happening right now is that neither of you
Boggle.
know that the other one is talking, and so
No.
you're talking over each other and trying to talk to me.
I can hear echo just fine.
Well, the boggle noise came through.
See? Now I'm looking for cows. I ain't seen one this whole time.
They heard what you're gonna do.
There's plenty of fucking pigs and sheep around and chickens. You know what I used to do when I first started playing Minecraft was dig a really long trench that would go from high to low, and then over time different animals would like unknowingly fall in it and then collect in like this little basement room where I could just go periodically to kill them.
I don't think they work like that anymore.
Oh, now I can hear him.
I fixed it.
I was gonna say, very early mob farm, I guess.
I was a pioneer. I forget what I was talking about.
We're talking about GIF and microwave.
No, I'm trying to remember the video that I was thinking of.
I'm trying to find two very specific things.
Fuck, I forgot. I forgot what direction I just came from. Oh, it's the one with the old lady that's like showing you how to make drinks, and she says 2 shots of vodka, and then she like dumps half a bottle in, and then it's just cuts to Elmo falling over a dishwasher.
What?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
I need to find the like sea pickles, and I need to find. I forgot the name of it now. It's the tower where like the
Kevin.
pillagers spawn.
Ooh, how
There's,
many
like, 2
sea pickles do you
achievements
need?
on it. There's an achievement for placing down 4 sea pickles.
Oh,
I want to get that achievement.
I think I have more than 4. If you don't want to actually spend time finding them.
Wait, I'm already running off trying to find like the. So there's also an achievement for. Oh, okay. jFar's gone again.
No, I backed out. I was going to check something real quick.
Oh, and like a gravel thing.
Don't listen to him. He's just trying to cover for his getting
Ethan
kicked
at
out.
failing apparently. But there's like there's like a cosmetic you can get for like killing an evoker, and I want that. Actually, wait, evokers are in the woodland mansions, aren't they?
I think so. If those are the
Yeah.
ones that like bring up the like
They summon-
jaws,
They summon like stuff, I think, and you get. I probably should have looked this up. Hang on.
there's one of them that
Saving-
will spawn during raids.
Did you guys clear the Woodland Mansion before we went there the first time?
When we went there, there was stuff in it.
But there was no, whatever it is you guys are talking about, that wasn't there, was it?
Pretty sure.
I suppose I don't recall. I do have that map though, the Woodland Explorer map.
I don't think they respawn though. Oops.
Let's switch to Roblox.
Evokers with spellcasting illager found in woodland mansions. Damn it! So I need to find a woodland mansion.
You can get woodland mansion maps from villagers.
Well, you can. I mean, if you want to try, you can go to the one that we already found.
They don't respawn.
I mean, I don't think they respawn, do they?
I thought you said you thought they didn't, but I didn't know if anybody was positive or not.
Well, it's
I had like a
quite the long
skeleton in
travel
leather
to
armor.
test it.
Sorry. So I just had a skeleton in leather armor run up to me, and I didn't recognize it as like a skeleton for some reason. I thought it was like a new mob or something. I was freaking out.
Hey, I got a new job offer
Is it
At a-
killing cows?
at a factory,
Oh, I thought you meant in Minecraft.
and I would have to give every Tickle Me Elmo 2 testicles.
Are you being? Is this a joke? Or are you being serious?
No, I heard that once. I think from one of my teachers, actually.
That seems kind of inappropriate.
I think I heard that from the ag teacher, in fact.
He does seem like one to tell a joke like that.
So he was my dad's teacher, and my dad was saying that he used to go to like the high school parties and bring beer for the students.
Oh, really now?
Oh, really? I thought that was pretty radical.
Pretty progressive of him.
Yeah. Actually, he showed me a picture of him at one of the parties.
Ooh. Kind of picture.
Were you involved in that whole thing when the teacher said they were going to call or report us for going to get wings because it was at a bar?
I heard about it, but I was not part of that. I also would go there sometimes, but yeah, I don't. nothing would have really happened to me because I wasn't in any sports.
Yeah, but is that even actually a thing? Like,
I doubt it.
I don't think that's real. Unless you're sitting at the bar being served, like what are you doing wrong?
My bus driver used to drop us off at the bar down the street from my house after school
Oh.
because one of the people on the bus, their mom owned it.
Echo, are you sleeping?
I can't because I'm not near a bed, so I'll
Oh.
just disconnect. I didn't get the like people are sleeping notification.
Oh, it's fine.
We're good now.
You're good now.
All right, I was literally just about to go like, "Hey, can we turn it to day?"
Those chickens, I think, need to die. My game is really lagging.
Get him. Do witches have like different levels of potions they can throw at you?
It depends
I'm
because
not
it's
sure.
a splash potion. Depending on where it ends up hitting, like if it hits you dead on, it's like full power. But if it hits the ground or something else and only hits you a little bit, it does less.
Oh, that makes sense. Because I got hit by one yesterday, and it like almost immediately brought me down to half a heart. I was like, holy shit. Upgrades, people. Oh, we should do some, instead of Mater, well, including Mater, but what about Big Weld?
Who?
Big Weld from that movie
Oh.
Robots.
Is that the girl robot with the big ass?
No, that's her aunt. But Robin Williams is in that movie.
I know that.
He's the red guy. Yeah, and she's really gassy.
The one with the big ass or the other one?
Yeah, the one with the big ass. So it could be like the one with the big ass and then Big Weld. We'll call him Big Dong or something. Kim Dong Un.
Oh no, is Big Weld the like black and white one that's like the inventor
He's
dude?
like the big boss guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's like the
Well, I mean, he
big
was.
domino thing.
Yeah.
I'm realizing I remember more about that movie than I thought.
That movie is, I feel like, really slept on.
I didn't mind it. I feel like most DreamWorks movies are just kind of like, besides Shrek, it's like, yeah, they're okay. I'm probably not going to watch it again, but it was okay.
Well, I mean, I had the benefit of having a, like,
Oh, I found a village.
between
Yeah.
3 and 7-year-old brother all throughout, like, high school, so I
I
got
have
to watch all those
younger
movies.
siblings also.
Well, I'm not
this
saying you
village-
didn't, but I'm just saying, in my case, anyways, regardless of... I'm just speaking on my behalf. But so I've seen all, like, the Disney and Pixar and DreamWorks and all that shit, like,
Especially
many
SpongeBob 2.
times. No, I've never seen that, actually.
Oh. Could have sworn you have.
You went on a fucking bender for months where the only movie we could watch was Cars. And then it was Monsters vs. Aliens, which I did like, actually.
Is that
Oh shit! I
DreamWorks?
tried this guy Clay for emeralds. Hang on.
I believe so. And the TV show's not that bad either.
I'm about to get rich.
What?
I'm about to get rich.
Rich?
This villager trades clay. Well, this villager will give you emeralds for clay.
Oh, that's super easy to get now.
Yeah, so I'm just getting a bunch of clay. The village is literally right next to like water.
Well,
Before I forget,
even-
because I think that
What?
Oh no, you go ahead. I'll remember for a second.
Well, like it's easy to get clay from the water, but like you go in the new like cave systems, like it basically replaces stone with clay. Anyways, you
was
were
that
saying,
guy?
Dustyn?
Well, I just was gonna bring this up because I think that you probably know who's the rich Blaine kid from Johnny Test. I think it is.
Bling bling boy?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's literally just bling bling.
Who's the boy with the bling from Johnny Test?
Me
he has
trying to
two
remember
blings.
his last name.
I don't know. I couldn't remember who it
Oh,
I
was.
did not
The
like
Iron
Johnny
Golem
Test.
died in this.
I didn't.
Oh
either.
no! So I walked
I
up to
think
the
my-
village well, and there's 2 iron ingots, and I'm pretty sure like the iron golems spawned in the well and suffocated.
Dustyn was probably there and just killed it.
Possibility.
There
I
wouldn't
mean,
be
this
any
place
villagers
isn't
there though.
much. Yeah, there's villagers here, so there's also like a chest full of food.
We usually destroy all the villagers we find.
You usually do that.
Oh, I'm always with you, so guilty by association.
Okay.
Ooh, I found more clay.
I think my favorite show from around that time was probably The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy.
That's classic.
Trying to think of what mine would be.
Did you ever watch Samurai Jack?
I did. I don't mind it, but I wasn't really into it that much.
I watched it like religiously, but now it's not. I can't get into it.
Did you
I mean,
watch
it's good, but it's
the
not.
final season?
Probably not.
Because it aired on Adult Swim like a couple of years ago.
Oh no, definitely not. Then
I can't find the villager that offered me the clay.
He never existed.
throw some clay on the ground, he'll show up.
Like, where did it's not that big of a village. Where did he go?
Him and the golem got in a fight and they both died.
Alright, who's mashing?
Me, sorry. I'm typing because I'm talking in another server.
Oh, I'm kidding. I don't. All good.
Dustyn's offended.
I mean, I feel like it's quieter than. I was saying. Oh, it wasn't this guy. Who was the guy with the clay? God damn it!
Who was it when I think it was one of the first streams where with Minecraft anyways, and then I came into the chat in the voice and somebody had their fan on.
That was Quinn, and he was getting all
Not-
pissy.
I wasn't trying to be mean or anything. I was just asking like whose fan is on because that's all I can hear, and he like had a fucking stroke about it.
Yeah, that was Quinn. That was the OG coincident.
I felt really bad for asking about it.
He always used to have something going on in the background, whether it was playing music or watching TV or having a fan on or something.
Just a random red sheep out here.
I don't think I was streaming at that point. I think we were just playing.
Yeah, that's possible.
Where's the red sheep by the town?
Kinda.
I was talking about that yesterday. Remember when I asked if they spawn naturally?
I guess they must. Oh, did we decide that they did?
I don't recall what we decided. I think Echo said that they might have done it, but they don't recall.
Well, I guess because I've definitely seen like gray sheep. So
I mean,
They
yeah,
can
Claire
be-
said that
white, gray, black, and brown, and then very rarely pink. But I don't know about red.
I'm pretty sure they can't be red. I'm just saying that like randomly coloring a sheep red and then leaving and then forgetting sounds like something I would do.
What are the odds it's still here from yesterday, though?
I mean, if somebody dyed it, I think that might make it not despawn.
I cannot find this villager for the life of me. Now I'm really annoyed because I was gonna get rich.
Well, I mean,
Realize the
you can only
error
make
of
so
his
many
ways.
deals before he has to take a break, though, right?
Yeah.
True, but still. Well, 'cause there's also
he,
like, huh?
I was gonna ask if after they like rest, whatever, do the deals get better?
I have no
I
idea.
think they fluctuate.
These guys? No, you're not the ones I can't trade. I mean, there's like a house here that has like a stone cutter and like clay in it. So I'm pretty sure it's that guy's, but I can't find him anywhere.
This is ridiculous. I've only managed to get 3 books since I started looking.
Better start booking it.
Bookshelves.
Is that not even worth a chuckle?
It was good. Give it like a 4. I just wasn't in tune with it at the time, so I didn't recognize it as a joke right away. Then by the time I realized what you said, it was too late.
You're just out of it because of you rating Cole's joke incorrectly.
I'll never be the same. I'll let you all down. Shit. Oh wait, silk touch.
There's a stonemason. I need to find which one it is. What does it look like? Oh, it's like that. I'm just gonna start running around all the houses and seeing like. No, that's just a child. Maybe he just like reverted to being a child.
I think it's more likely that he changed occupations because I think they can do that now. I don't
So he
think
changed
back to a
occupation
child.
in like 2 seconds of me meeting him.
I think, like, if they've never been traded with before, if they, like, go up to a different, like, occupation block, it will change it.
Damn it. Oh, I thought I was gonna change the day.
I wasn't in bed.
Ooh, there's a zombie and chainmail. I want it. Damn it, I didn't get it. Now I'm being assaulted by skeletons. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh my god damn! I just set my spawn point there. Oh well. Hopefully I don't die.
Are we sleeping or are we not sleeping?
I mean, I wasn't trying to. That was on accident. Just not a weaponsmith.
Well, now that you already said it, I guess we can.
Well, I mean, it's yeah, whatever you guys want to do. I'm indoors, so.
I'm running to the piss bed.
Indoors.
It's better to piss in the bed than bed in the piss.
That's very true. Oh, look, a cow inside my house. How convenient.
Sleep.
Take that precious leather. I'm sleeping.
Oh, thought we were still good. Hang on, like, disconnect again.
There we go. Okay, I need to go kill chickens. There's overpopulation.
You just gotta set it up so they somehow just like spawn kill, but then there's always two.
Well, the problem is they need to grow in order to drop chicken.
Oh yeah. Do what Tyson does, inject them full of steroids and antibiotics and they'll grow right away. Fun fact.
Okay, yeah, give up.
Was that a
This
fun
guy
fact?
probably changed.
No, I'm saying there's so much antibiotics in all the meat that we eat nowadays that eventually we're going to build up tolerances to it and we're not going to be able to effectively treat diseases with the normal medications that we use nowadays.
That's like a whole thing. It's like there's supposed to be like regulation on it, and like no one follows it.
Well, yeah, because the FDA is controlled by people basically from the different meat industries that they spend billions lobbying to get their people into these positions of power, and then they make their own rules, and nobody can do anything about it.
Shit, yeah, America. I'm gonna go like grab some pretzels or something real quick.
I'm trying to not kill Jim, but he keeps running in front of me.
I thought Jim, the internal supervisor.
Yeah. Man on the
He got
inside.
promoted after we got Dixie Normus.
I've had to kill like 50 by this point. There's still too many.
Love it. Brings you back to the good old days on creative.
I think I killed Jim. Jim is
Oh my
dead.
goodness. Killed a cow in front of its baby. You will be missed.
He will be devoured.
Better make him extra crispy.
Extra crispy
That's what-
boy.
That's what he would have wanted.
Whoa.
Is Cole like the go-to guy for making banners with specific shapes on them?
What makes you think that?
I don't know, I thought you guys were talking about that briefly last night.
I was not listening if that was the case.
Oh, I watched this video. It was just a short clip. But it was this vegan guy. And he said, first of all, you pronounce milk as malk.
Scott Malkinson.
And he, and he said, that strawberry milk is fine because, well, he was like, this is strawberry milk, but it's fine because it's made with strawberries.
Oh
And he
no.
and he wasn't joking. But he was also vegan, so I kind of felt bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did someone like explain it to him?
Well, I hope so. I wasn't. This was like a reposted video, so I wasn't a part of that. But I'm kind of milking and I had diabetes. I had to say it. I was waiting after you said that.
I remember a while ago, there's like a whole debate over like we shouldn't like almond milk and like that stuff. Like, it's not actual milk. We shouldn't call it milk. And I saw a clip of like a guy who works for like Silk or something, like one of like the bigger like brands. And he's like, "All right, do you want this?" He's like, "All right, do you want us to call it almond juice?" I was like,
Well,
"You make a good point."
That's the thing, though, right? Like, you're vegan. Not you, but I'm just saying. Let's imagine you're a vegan person. You're against
Well, I'm
eating.
lactose intolerant, so
You're
close enough.
against eating meat and stuff, and you don't drink milk. Why do you try so hard to make all of your branding imitate the things that you are trying to get rid of? Like, why call it imitation meat or like magic meat or whatever? Why not call it something completely different to like?
I'm pretty
change
sure
the
it's
norm?
just,
It's not.
it's probably just like marketing.
It's not that the
I mean,
ethics, or it's the ethics of eating it, not the taste of it. So they want to have something that imitates it and is similar to it without the killing or mistreatment.
Fair. Oh, you put a
That's
creeper head
exactly
inside this
what-
chest.
Yeah, that's
Oh.
for you.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
I was gonna say, well, with like the almond milk thing, like it doesn't have the consistency of juice, though. Is the other part. It's the consistency of milk.
Well, but technically, it is juice, right? Because, like, it's extracted through basically pressing a nut until the juice comes out. And I think by definition that makes it juice.
You make the nut bust the nut.
Yeah.
Or is it closer to
said
peanut
that
butter?
I said that without thinking about it.
Well, is it? Well, is peanut butter just peanut oil
Did you just
and
say
then you
peanut
like...
butter?
No.
It sounded
Peanut
like it.
butter.
But is peanut butter just peanut oil that's been like whipped into a butter?
Whipped in the shape. I don't know how
Yeah,
it
but
works.
you don't call that like you don't call it like peanut whip. It's not the consistency of whip. It's like that's my whole thing is that like I think it's part marketing and then part just also like it's not actually sorry, this house just confused me. It's like yeah, please juice, but it's not like it doesn't actually feel like juice.
It'll all level out someday.
It's like,
We
I
all
can't
grew up
believe it's not butter.
Smoking candy cigarettes, so marketing changes.
I found a village and like all the chests and stuff are still full, but there's no villagers.
Yeah, they're part of the execution.
Oh.
Were you referring to that episode of Family Guy where Peter gets locked up in an insane asylum because he can't believe it's not butter?
I can't believe it's not butter is a real thing. Not everything's a Family Guy reference.
Well, I know it's a real thing.
Well, and clearly Family Guy knew it was a real thing.
And then Lois is like, looking back, it might have been actual butter. I'll keep the Family Guy references to a minimum today.
Wait, there was a like off-brand of I can't believe it's not butter, and I can't remember what it was because it was really funny.
Country Crock is my favorite.
There's a possibility it might be butter.
Couldn't possibly be butter.
What's the difference between butter and margarine?
I think the off-brand was like a memory of butter was like the off-brand.
I believe margarine is butter mixed with oil.
So it's even fattier?
I thought it. Yeah. I feel like it made with the intent of being better for you, but is actually worse for you. So that it might be.
I looked up the I can't believe it's not butter off brands, and I think this is not even the one I was thinking about. It's just this is not butter. Unbelievable.
That's how they have to market the almond milk. This is not milk.
See, the weird part, I was like, yeah, I don't. I was like, yeah, I don't. I don't. That. I was like, yeah. Earlier, I was like, yeah, I'm lactose intolerant. I don't drink milk, but it's like, I actually do, because they have like, which this sucked. We found out I was lactose intolerant like right before the pandemic, which then brings up the question of how did I go like this long without realizing I'm lactose intolerant. I'm
Suffering.
stupid. I thought everyone experienced like bloating and cramping after having milk. Like I thought that was a normal thing.
Nah, just Taco Bell.
I drink unhealthy amounts of milk. I can't get enough of it.
Yeah, that's why you're so big and tall.
But it was like, yeah, I thought it was a normal thing. Like I mentioned it to someone and they were like, "What? No, that's not normal." And I was like, "Oh." Why can I not make a boat?
Is there truth behind drinking milk makes you taller? Because I never really drank it as a kid.
I don't
Well,
think
so
there.
you got to think about it, right? Like milk technically is designed specifically to make baby cows grow as fast as possible. So, like we extract a lot of that shit, but I would think it's safe to say that it probably helps with like growth and stuff. I wouldn't see why not.
It
I
does
know
for
that
like
drinking.
because I watched like a whole video on like milk and it's kind of like there's mixed about like the benefits, but it's definitely not harmful to drink milk.
Well, it depends because if you drink milk like in excess to like an extreme amount, it can actually, because of the calcium in it, it can make it makes your bones harder. It can actually make them so hard that they become brittle and snap like easier.
I've never heard of that. I have heard that, like, going back to like what you were saying about what's in meat and antibiotics, that there's so much like hormones in the milk now that it, like, if you drink too much, it like kickstarts puberty.
Yeah, I've heard that. I heard that was a thing in China, is that kids were reaching puberty much younger because they're so big on drinking milk over there.
Damn
I forgot where I was
Chinese
going
and their
with my
milk.
original lactose intolerant story. Oh, now I remember where I was going with it. So I mentioned like we found out like right before the start of the pandemic 'cause I was stupid and thought that it was normal. And I described it to my doctor and she was like, "Yeah, no, that's not normal." Which I love too, because they didn't run a test or anything. Literally just me explaining that it happened every time I drank milk was enough. But we're like, okay, so we're looking around. Like we got almond milk for a while, and I'm like, hey, I found this stuff that's like lactose free, but it's still milk. And I was like, cool. I had some of it. And I was like, wow, this is so great. And then the pandemic hit, and for some reason, everyone freaked out and bought like all of the lactose free milk. I don't know why.
They just bought everything, and probably
Yeah.
like
But I
toilet
was
paper
like-
is gonna stay good for a while. I wonder how much food just went bad because people bought too much of it.
Oh yeah.
So do I. Like, that was another annoying thing too. Was the medication that I take. Well, I can't remember if this was Jesus. I used to take Randatine for like I took it for like over a month, and then they had to issue a recall because there was like possible carcinogen in it. I was like, okay, well if I get stomach cancer down the line, I can sue them. And I switched to Famotidine, which brand name is Pepsid. Well, pandemic hits, everyone was buying like over-the-counter medicine now. Like it was really hard to find the like Pepcid. Like I think we had to start buying brand name because we couldn't find the generic anymore, which sucks because I can't function without it. So I get really bad acid reflux.
Speaking of carcinogens and consumer products, I was thinking about it the other
Smoke.
day, and I used a lot of what's that weed killer that has that
Roundup?
causes cancer? Yeah, I used a lot of that when I was younger, so
Oh, well, you
We'll
can
see.
sue them.
only if I get cancer. I did have a cancerous tumor in my small intestine. I don't know if that counts.
Oh.
Is
Maybe?
that a Family Guy reference?
No, no, this is real life, Jordan. Not everything is a reference to your dumb shows.
Sorry, I just really
I
like
apparently
Family
have a
Guy.
2-degree curve in my spine.
Oh, back to the vegan thing. Is it unethical if, because they can grow meats in a lab without having to produce an entire animal now just from stem cells?
Well, I've heard
Or
it's possible, but it's not like a widespread thing yet.
All right, but pretend it was. Pretend it's 50 years from now, and half
I'm
the
70 years
meat,
old.
half the meat in the world is produced in a lab. Like, is that fine?
I would say yes, but I don't know.
They're just growing steaks on a shelf somewhere and didn't have to kill anything.
I feel like technically that would. I mean, it's not alive at any point.
I would
That's
say
kinda
yeah,
what I
that's
thought.
fine because like it's just as alive as plants are. Like plants are living, but they don't have feelings. Like if you're growing meat, it's not attached to something. It's just
They did do some research into the fact that certain plants might actually communicate with each other via their roots.
I think that's like saying that the cells in your body are living things though. Like they communicate, but it's just like it's
There
not,
is actually a rough standard for what counts as being alive, but it's also still like heavily debated. Like obviously, for example, like abortion is heavily debated at what point like it's counted as alive. The super basic definition that you get when you Google it is to be called a living thing, an item must have once eaten, breathed, and reproduced. But I feel like that's probably not right at this point because that means if like you never reproduced and you technically weren't alive.
I mean,
Well,
I
it's
think it
like-
probably depends on the species or like the mass quantity, not just like
Oh,
the
I don't think it
singular.
means. I get it. I don't think it means. I think it just means in general, over the course of their.
Yes.
Or
There's
if
also-
it's like, because it would be like a category, like a blade of grass versus a person, kind of, right? I don't know.
Professor Dusty.
Awfully political in here today.
And I will say there's one weird point on like counting life that does kind of have people going like, because it's basically there's a state of like being brain dead, which is when your brain like ceases all activity. But then like that can happen to someone while they're still on the life support. So like that's basically then the whole question of like, well, like are we counting brain activity as life? Because technically their heart is still beating, but they don't have activity. So like, I know like that's been like a pretty hot like debate. Is like, does that count? Like, does that like would that still count as live? So legally, if you're brain dead, you're like dead. But like, I think brain death is different from like actual death.
Well, I
Haven't
think
there
once
been
they
like scenarios where like doctors have said that somebody's been like brain dead and like they recover? Like it's very rare.
Looks
have heard of something like that, probably. That sounds like it would be something that happened.
looks well, if you're like actually like truly brain dead, you will not wake up. Like you are basically dead. But there are like different
God, jeez,
things
scared
that
the
can
shit
make
out
it
of me.
look like someone's brain dead.
Well, there's a whole thing about this hospital that got in big fucking trouble because they were medically inducing people into comas and then giving them medication so they wouldn't wake up so they could steal their organs and sell them.
It sounds like
And
something out of like a movie.
This one guy showed up at the hospital and he's like, "No, my son's alive. You can't take him off life support." He brought a fucking gun. They had a standoff with the police for 8 hours, and his son finally like squeezed his hand and woke up after his medications wore off.
That's pretty fucked up.
Hell yeah! I was scared as shit when I went in for my surgery that was gonna happen.
Well, that's comforting since I already have extreme anxiety about hospitals. Well, not even extreme anxiety so much as literal trauma.
I had a video recommended to me on YouTube once about how this firefighter like went into a coma after rushing into a house and like inhaling smoke, and like finally like years later when they thought he wasn't going to come out of a coma, he came out and was able to finally go home. And at some point like within the next year he like, because he was like unable to walk properly still, like he fell and like he got sent back into a coma and died. It's like, that's really fucked up.
Damn.
Like he was in a coma for like a decade or something and like didn't even recognize his kids because like they were so young at the time, and he was like crying, and like at the end of the video is like his family's grateful that they had the little time with him, but he passed away. It's like, what the fuck? It's like, this is not a feel-good story. Why is this in my YouTube?
This stream got like depressing as fuck.
The title is like something like firefighter wakes up from coma or something. So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I'll give it a watch.
Still trying to
Speaking
find
of firefighters, at my work, one of the fucking clients was vaping in their room, even though they're not supposed to. Set up the fire alarm. The fire department showed up, and it costs $500 every time they do that. And I'm pissed about it. And of course,
How?
I asked her, and she's like, "No, I wasn't vaping."
How do they even
Yeah.
get a hold of that?
Well, I mean, they can have cigarettes and vapes and stuff, you know.
Oh,
Generally speaking.
I was thinking you still worked at like the elderly place. These are like people of any age, right?
Oh no, yeah, I run so I'm basically the facility manager at a drug addiction
Dave and Buster.
residential center.
I was just trying to imagine some like 90-year-old lady vaping.
Dude, it's what? It's gonna happen because, well, I mean, if I don't ever quit when I'm 90, I'll probably still be vaping. So
True.
Grow up. In the future, they're gonna have something new.
it's just gonna be an implant, and then every time you inhale, it'll automatically activate, and you won't even have to.
That's gonna be a
Press a
rectal
button.
vape.
Yeah. We're gonna start eating with our anuses instead.
Literally
Everything will be
blows up
backwards.
your butt.
Yeah. Thanksgiving turkeys. I cannot believe how much it sucks to make bookshelves.
Think you can buy them from some villagers.
I think, well, you have villagers. Do any of yours do cartography or any of that stuff?
Well, they're both
Or I don't know
farmers.
what it would
You'd
be.
check out Cole's place. You'd be better off.
Well,
Unless he transported them.
I got some villagers at my place also.
I killed so many chickens and it's already laggy again.
I think you got to rethink that system.
My boats keep disappearing, and I blame you for it.
Yeah, I have been having that problem since I joined this server. So I don't
There's something wrong with the boats where like they will like become invisible. Like they still
Oh, and then
exist.
if you go back and check on them like weeks later, sometimes they'll be there.
Yeah.
It's because boats are considered entities.
Oh, I'm out of papes.
Which is how you can, if you want to. I've actually been watching this guy, and he's like a Minecraft griefer. His entire thing is that he goes around lagging pay-to-win servers. And
What's a pay-to-win server?
oh,
Probably
Jesus.
like microtransactions to like get stuff.
Yeah, it's basically it's servers you can buy like ranks and like keys and shit that like give you like super OP like tools and commands and stuff. Normally they'll have like $500 ranks.
Dusty, is all your stone made into brick or do you have plain stone left over?
I'll take a look. It's probably all bricks though. I'm headed up that way right now.
I like my metal water bottle, but it's loud. Okay. Also, I need to read this out because, like, I was like, oh, I have like the job interview tomorrow. I'm nervous. Like, I went to my brother because he's had like 2 jobs and an internship, and I was like, hey, can you give me advice on like what to do for the interview? Because I've like never done an interview before. I did one like once, and it was barely even an interview in the first place. He goes, just be yourself, but also make sure you portray yourself in a good light, and also make sure you are confident and make it seem like you don't have any faults. And there's like a minute gap. He goes, okay, that might be the wrong phrasing, but yeah, just don't sell yourself short. I was like, how do you have a job? And I asked other people, they're like, oh yeah, be yourself and be confident. I was like, what if I'm not confident?
A really good thing that you can do is when your interview is over, ask them how they think that it went. Well, and then like sometime either when it starts or when they get to the questioning part, ask them what they're looking for in an employee. And like,
I've heard that.
I have a stack of stone, Jordan.
If
One of
you
my
wanna
friends was also like,
donate it to the barrel that's outside, you can.
one of my friends has a job, and he's like, yeah, he's like, when people are saying confident, he's like, they mean being comfortable. God damn it,
I gotta stop. I'm just gonna camp out in your apartment complex. My girlfriend called me. She's working right now, so be right back.
Someone's in trouble.
I think I'm gonna give up trying to find an evoker.
Did you ever find the villager you were looking for?
Nope. I really want to find an evoker because if you get like, wait, hang on, I'm stupid. I just had a better idea. I I know like we're literally playing multiplayer, but I could just go and like do a single player world. I don't think I have a seed for Woodland.
Also, I've turned cheats on this server. I'm not sure if you can still get achievements after that.
You can't, and that was probably why I wasn't getting achievements for anything.
Yeah, I had to move the
So
spawn.
thanks. Alright, I'm getting this achievement. Alright, cool. I spawned right on top of the mansion. Do I have difficulty settings? Yep, I do. Alright. Oh, Jesus, there's one in the room right here.
Yeah, you don't have any weapons, though, do you?
No, I just thought I could punch him to death, but it didn't go very well. It's alright, I'll try punching him to death again. I could also try turning it on easy. I didn't think he was going to be, like, right in the room, though. Oh, God, that's not what I was like, you know. No, he's, like, camping in the corner right now.
Spawn camper.
There's another one. I'm hoping one of these guys will drop their axe. I got an emerald. Oh, I dropped this axe. Sweet. I'm gonna hide in this room for a second. I'll regen. Alright. I still didn't get the freaking achievement. Was that not an evoker? Hang on.
Are evokers maybe the little tiny ones?
No?
I don't know then.
Why did I not get the achievement? Oh, wait, no, I just got it. It just needed like a solid 2 minutes to actually activate the achievement. Cool. Actually, while I'm at it, I should get that other one. Wait, what cheats do you have on?
Nothing, I just had to enable cheats to move the spawn. It was kind of dumb.
Oh. I guess the cheats just save then. I got a map near a coastal village.
Oh, you want them stones now?
I figured you already dropped them off. I didn't need them this second.
Oh, I just put them in that barrel.
Yeah.
Does this village have a blacksmith? Oh, it does.
Let's go see if I can find a villager that sells leather. Were you saying earlier that Aya has a job interview?
No, Echo does.
Oh,
For
but A is
this-
applying for jobs though. Was that the thing?
No, Echo said in the chat earlier that they had a job interview.
Well, no, yeah, no, I know that. But
As far as
Wasn't
I'm
it-
aware, Aya has not applied for any jobs.
oh, okay. I thought there was talk of it. I was just curious.
It was a miscommunication. We're not talking about you getting a job. Just because I'm talking about you doesn't mean you can interject. Go back to sleep.
Where's all your villagers at?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
There should only be 2 of them in there.
Oh,
I was
they just
hoping
hang out downstairs.
they will move around. I was hoping they would do the do, but they haven't.
Yeah, I have to look up the criteria, I guess, because I thought it was doors, and there's hella doors in my village, and they haven't reproduced either.
It might be different for Bedrock Edition.
They also might have changed it when they added like the new job system.
I'm looking it up right now.
Where are the sea pits? My hands are like actually really cold right now.
You
Also,
need
I
to
have-
feed every breeding villager 3 loaves of bread, 12 carrots, or 12 potatoes to inspire them.
Inspire them the fuck?
Yeah. There
Just
needs
eat
to be
entire
beds
raw-
and doors nearby.
You and another person eat a raw potato instantly, you just fuck.
I'm gonna test this out. Can I test this on your villagers, Jordan? Do you care?
I don't care if there's more villagers in there. It's better for me.
Alright. 3 loaves of bread, 12 carrots. We'll try both. I'm gonna be stoked if this works. Then you're gonna have lag from too many villagers. Start a secret army.
Yeah, start a swingers club in my apartment complex. What did Michaela want?
She was letting me know she got her first solo traffic stop. Almost had a fucking heart attack because she called me in the middle of work, which is, normal, but I didn't answer, so I called her back, and she picked up. She was in the bathroom, but she had her watch, so she answered the phone, but the phone was in her bag, so all I saw was a black screen, and I heard like some radio noises, and I was like, what the fuck? I thought she was like in an accident or something, and I'm like,
Oh, you video call?
yeah. And she picked up the phone and it's like, no, I just wanted to. It's like, oh my god.
Just wanted to tell you that I arrested a man for going 1 over the speed limit.
I'm surprised
said
I
it was
haven't gotten pulled over.
She said it was a firefighter.
I've been pulled over 3 times, and they were all kind of stupid things. I've never gotten a ticket.
No, you know what? You know what I feel like it's kind of like this made me so annoyed. So, because my dad is a police officer, he has like a special like, I think it's like an FOP plate is what it is, like Fraternal Order of Police or something. He gets like a special like plate or whatever, and he was like, yeah, like if a cop sees that like you have that plate, they're gonna be less likely to pull you over for like something really minor. And so like they got that plate for my mom's car too, because you can get it for family members, and they got it for my brother's car. And then, like me, the most anxious person in the family who would probably have, like, anything I do be considered suspicious, they don't get me the plate. And when I ask them about it, they're like, you'll be fine without it, whatever. I'm like, I was like, why did Jacob get it then?
Basically, one of the times I got pulled over, it was like a similar thing where normally the delivery drivers don't get pulled over if they're going like a little quicker than normal because like they have like the little topper on the top of their car.
Yeah.
Or just in general if they're doing something minor like it's not like a spoken rule, but like they usually aren't pulled over. Well, I was borrowing my cousin's car because my car had issues at the time, and one of the turn signal lights was out, and I was on a delivery, and this brand new cop had pulled me over. Well, I had the delivery in my car, and I had to call the store to have somebody else take the delivery from me while I was pulled over so they could deliver it.
Oh.
It was very awkward.
I'm not sure about the anatomy. I'm sorry to interrupt, but 2 male villagers in your complex just made a baby villager, so that's pretty cool.
I don't think any
How do you
mobs in
know
these
they're
games. Yeah.
Well, I was reading that there can be males or females, so
Oh, I didn't know that.
but it works.
Is it a farmer or is it not have an occupation until it grows up?
It's just a blank one right now.
I don't think that's an occupation until it grows up.
But to feed them, so you can do carrots or bread or beets maybe, but you just drop the items in front of them and they'll pick them up.
Gobble them up.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna go do that in my village.
What the I freaking tabbed back in, there was 2 creepers next to me. Like, I rejoined the world, and there's
Welcome
2
party.
creepers, and one blew up.
What are you working on right now, Echo?
Well, I was exploring to find, like, Vindicators, so I could, like, not, or whatever it was called, so I could get the achievement. And then we found out jFar, like, enabled cheats, like, at one point, which I guess means that you can't get achievements in this realm.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And now I'm just trying to head back to, like, my ace. This compass will start working. I need to figure out what to do for the walls of my, like, dog room. Because I finished the floor. I think I finished the ceiling. The ceiling's white concrete and the floor is orange. And it kind of looks like orange creamsicle, which I actually hate those.
I like
But oh well.
creamsicle.
I like those ice cream cones you can get that are in a waffle cone, and then there's caramel in the center and chocolate covering the top.
I don't like caramel.
Does someone have boots with Frostwalker on them?
I had them at one point, and I have no clue where they went.
Well, because I just, like, walked over, like... I flew over near this ocean. There's a giant ice path that just started, like, despawning in front of me.
Yeah, it's
I'm guessing you
possible
probably-
that it was from back in the day when I had them.
Back in our
I'm guessing
Old
I just entered,
adventures.
like, unloaded chunks. She
I
probably, like,
also think
ran
it
out.
doesn't
like that.
melt if it's raining.
Huh?
I don't think it melts when it's raining, so it might have been raining at the time, and then once it unloaded it, and it's obviously not raining now, it fixed itself.
Yeah.
Dusty, I gotta say, streams haven't been the same since your girlfriend started going to work,
Why?
because you don't get to tuck her in live on stream.
That's my favorite part of the night. Yeah, now she's she works all night, so getting into my feels, bro.
I'm 14 and this is deep. Have you ever been on that subreddit?
I've seen stuff from it. I feel like it's just like boomer 14-year-old is basically what it's like. It's the same things of like technology bad. We live in a society.
Fuck. They gotta be awake. Bastards.
You trying to feed villagers while they're asleep?
Yeah.
It's like a villager trying to sleep, some dude's just cramming a potato in your mouth.
Have you seen the Villagers versus Creepers animated thing?
No.
No.
It's really well it's really well animated, and it's villagers, and they like the villagers to make like tanks or planes. They just combine their bodies, and then the missiles are villagers.
I feel like I might. Cause I remember watching like some animation from like I forgot the guy's name, but he had like segments of like villager news. I just remember there would be like points they had like
yeah.
a tank made of villagers, like a helicopter made of villagers.
Yeah, I've seen that. Those are good. I think it's by the same guy.
Yeah, I was gonna say 'cause that's what it reminded me. It's 'cause, like I was like, it sounds like something he would have made.
Sounds like what Cole was talking about last night with whatever Warhammer thing he was talking about.
He was talking about orcs,
Yeah.
where they think about things and then they just become them or whatever.
I'm rushing to the bed.
Go faster.
I would go faster if there wasn't a ass load of chickens slowing down my game right next to this building.
Are you still working on killing them?
I killed a bunch.
It's too efficient. I gotta find some awake villagers.
Cool. Doesn't sleeping normally stop the rain? Must have started right as it turned daytime.
I think they have to be in the
Alright.
mood to reproduce or something, because
What, the raw
Sometimes you
potato is
give 'em-
doing it?
yeah, he's not liking his carrot.
He's just pissed off that you were
That's why-
trying to shove it in his throat while he slept.
That's why you need the raw potato. No, I'm pretty sure I saw a thing that's like this like Christian couple's like sworn celibacy, and the article gets really weird because it's like the one lady like does like something whenever she like wants to like have sex. It's like the other guy eats an entire raw potato when he has the feeling. And I was like, I was like, look, I don't like experience those feelings, but I'm not sure like someone's just yeah, I can either have sex or I can just eat a raw potato.
I
I don't
think
know
raw
what-
potatoes are bad for you, actually.
They might be. I've had cooked potato. I don't like potato skins. Like, they have like the loaded things. I'll take a spoon and scoop out like the potato part and like the cheese and the bacon part, and I'll leave behind like the skin of the potato.
I don't like the skin on potatoes like when you're eating just a potato, but like they have potato skins like TGI Friday, like seasoned potato skins that you can buy in like chip bags, and I like those.
Okay, so I just looked it up. You can eat raw potatoes. Sorry, the article I clicked on, is it actually dangerous to eat a raw potato? And then the subtitle is, the real question is, why would you want to?
That's a good point.
So I guess, like, on their own, raw potatoes aren't bad because, like, they're more starchy or whatever, but they can, like, still be healthy. But the main issue is that raw potatoes have solanine. I think it's how you say that. Have solanine in them, and when they've been exposed to sunlight or stored for long periods of time, they'll start like developing sprouts and stuff, and they'll get like a lot more solanine in them, and it can be toxic for you.
So I feel like the original statement that said that you can eat raw potatoes is not correct then?
Yeah, it's you can eat a raw potato like by itself will be fine. It won't harm you, but like if you leave it stored for too long, it starts building up toxic stuff, and that's what harms you.
Oh, my fucking game's lagging by the KFC too, man. This is a
I want
problem.
to come experience
Alright,
the KFC
I'll go
lag.
kill some.
Oh, the Iron Golem respawn. Wait, this is a whole new village. I was like, oh, the Iron Golem respawn. And I was like, wait a minute. An entirely new village.
Jeez.
Oh, I killed a baby.
Oh.
Hey, you watching this?
He's watching you.
Is anybody watching the stream?
I don't have a view count visible at the moment. Nobody has talked since Echo joined the game, though.
Yeah,
Well,
that's,
just in case.
that's what's weird.
I named a chicken at KFC Dixie Normus. Oh, he's going in. He's going in.
Your view counter says that you have 3 viewers. When I look in the chat, you have like a lot more than 3.
There's a lot of bots that will hang out in chats, and they don't count as viewers.
Okay, you have 4 viewers and
We need to all buy like 50 burner
There's
phones,
16
make 50 different accounts apiece, follow jFar, get his popularity up so he's like more on easy to find, and then everybody will start watching.
Well, one of my few viewers lives with me now and is not going to watch on a computer right next to me.
I mean, I keep the stream like open in another tab thing. Oh, I just found emeralds. I really just keep it open because anytime I hear you react to something that happens in the game, I can tab into the stream because of stream delay and watch it happen. Oh, this village had 2 blacksmiths.
I don't know how,
I
but
think the villagers prefer bread.
eggs somehow keep, like, a single egg keeps getting into the furnace.
I'd imagine it's just the same egg every time. Like it's just
Also,
really
did you throw a carrot in the hole?
Yeah.
Yeah, you clogged up the furnace.
I'm a furnace technician. You can hire me.
You were the one that
create my own
broke it.
work. Yeah, that's how you stay in business.
That's essentially how, like, the McDonald's ice cream machines are always down, because the company that, like, maintains them basically only has the information to fix them and nobody else. So when they break, they are the only people that can come to fix them, and they get more money off of that than the machines themselves.
So they have proprietary ice cream machines?
Yes.
Well, that begs the question, why wouldn't you just go with a different company or make your own?
I think they have some deal together. But, like, some other company, like, reverse engineered their system and figured out, like, how to get, like, proper error codes and what they mean. And the company that makes the ice cream machines basically told McDonald's, you better stop using these because they're, like, making machines malfunction and they're malicious and stuff. And then they made their own thing that does the same thing but worse.
Nice.
Now I really want McDonald's ice cream.
But that's like American corporate society in a nutshell.
Well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure, Like
Oh
many
my god.
different fast food places use the same brands of ice cream machines, and it's only a McDonald's issue for some reason.
I just fell in the most like weirdly generated ravine ever. I thought I was gonna die because I just started like going, and I managed to get the elytra to like pop up, and I landed on a block. There's like random obsidian in this ravine, like a random cobweb.
Obsidian spawns if like the water and the lava is touching.
No, it's like, well, like let me take a screenshot. Like this looks really weird.
It's also possible that somebody was already down there and was placing water down to get rid of lava.
Maybe that it still looks like. I'll send a picture in the Minecraft chat. It looks really weird. Like, there's no way that many lava spawn points were like in this.
Oh, what the hell? Was somebody using obsidian to get out?
I don't know. And then there's like also just like a random cobweb.
That's weird.
I mean, I sent fall to my death, but like, I have no idea.
They're not even all connected, right?
Yeah, they're not really like, from what I can tell, they're not really connected or anything.
Maybe there was like a broken nether portal down there, and then when the update came around, it just like fucked everything up in that area.
That's what I'm guessing, because it looks like a product of like fucked up world generation.
The other day, or maybe not the other day, but recently when we were playing Minecraft, a nether portal spawned like when me and Dustyn were trying to get out of the nether next to one that we had come out of, and it was only half a portal, but it still worked.
I think I remember that actually.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was watching the stream when I.
Yeah, because the original portal stayed in the same place, but then when we came back, it generated a new one.
Yeah.
I think my theory
For
was
no
that it
good
was a
reason.
chunk border.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because this was actually a similar phenomenon when I was watching like rare seed generations. Was that there was one where the end portal didn't spawn properly, it like loaded within a chunk border. So what happened was that you could only if you just filled like half the portal, it wouldn't detect the other half, and it would assume that the portal was complete, and it would open it on like on the chunk border.
The chunks are not that big, so I feel like that probably happens quite often.
I think there was something else that made that particular one like different, but I can't remember what it was. So I think I also mentioned the like quote unquote like impossible seed after that, where it was like all 3 end portals in the world spawned incorrectly and didn't work. So that was before the update where there was more than 3.
Dustyn was saying earlier that he found a stronghold that didn't have a portal in it at all.
Shit!
How far away was that?
I have no idea, and I accidentally slept in a villager bed. But I don't actually know where that was in the first place.
Is
Do
it?
you have anything good on you?
Yeah, I had like all of my stuff on me. Including the lodestone compass.
And the lodestone compass is replaceable, but it's gonna be hard to get home, I guess.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that I had the lodestone compass on me. I had my enchanted sword. I had my enchanted pickaxe. I had my elytra.
How far had you been flying?
Pretty far.
Well, where was that villager or whatever bed that you slept in relation to where you just were?
I have no idea. Like, I have no idea where this is relative to where I was.
I'm trying to think of. I don't even have any maps on me anymore. I lost them all.
Yeah, I have no idea how the hell I'm gonna get back. Do you know when the last world backup was?
I checked and I think it was like, let me double check. I think it was 20 minutes ago. What is going on with my controller?
You think you could load it?
Yeah, I don't think I've done anything substantial besides kill chickens. Are you fine with that, Dustyn?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Here we go.
I'm gonna go get some
Is-
milk.
It was literally the same thing where I fell in a ravine again, but this time I wasn't able to get the elytra to start up in time. Because I have slow processing. And I didn't even realize I was falling until I was like a few blocks from.
Do you not have feather falling on your boots?
No. I probably should. I'm pretty sure I have a book with feather falling in it.
So for reference, since we were talking about milk earlier and how much milk people drink and being lactose intolerant, I drink personally 2 gallons of milk a week.
Jeez.
Jesus. That's
Every
like,
time I walk by the fridge, I grab some milk.
it is slightly annoying. The milk that I buy, the lactose-free milk, it doesn't come in like a full gallon. I don't know how much it comes in, but oh, I spawned near the freaking creepers again.
Yeah, those are those little half gallons, and they're like more expensive than a regular gallon, aren't they?
Yeah, they're more expensive because sorry, I almost immediately died upon you loading the save because the creepers blew up again, but this time it launched me up in the air and I landed with 3.5 hearts, and the other one was about to explode next to me.
Don't they make like lactose or like you can take like these little tablets or something that like
You can, but they don't always work. I don't think they really works for me. Also, they're kind of hard to swallow because they're kind of big.
Don't you dare throw the carrots back in here. We prevented that timeline.
But I think the reason they do it in like the half gallons is also because the milk goes bad 2 weeks after you open it. That's probably why. I actually need to get milk tomorrow.
I don't
I have to go to the
can't
grocery store.
comprehend that. My milk is always gone right away, so
I mean, yeah, I was like, my family goes through milk really fast. It's like a family of 4. I didn't even realize like just how much food like a full like family goes through until it was like just me. Because I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get like a couple things for my, and then like those lasted a really long time. Holy shit.
when I was in high school, when I was working out and stuff, I was drinking 10 gallons of milk a week for quite a while.
What the
It's
fuck?
It's
disgusting.
so good though. I love milk.
I like chocolate milk.
Yeah, that was like the thing. Like, drink a gallon of milk a day or whatever. I guess it was like 7 gallons of milk a week, but you know, still.
That is why you're so tall tall.
Yeah, the moment I learned I was lactose intolerant, it made a lot of sense. Like, because I used to make these like breakfast drinks for school, and I was like, man, like these, like, I was like, I feel like every time I eat one of these, I get like really bad cramping and like bloating and like nausea and that kind of thing. I was like, but they're really fast. It's probably normal. So I just kept doing it. And then like same thing with like cereal, I would kind of get sick, and I was like, it's probably normal. Maybe it's just because I'm eating in the morning. And like, this is basically why anytime I have like something wrong and I tell it to one of my friends, they tell me to get it looked at because it's probably not normal. Because I always assume that anything that goes wrong with me is just normal.
Maybe you should stop assuming that.
I probably should. Or it's even like, I was talking to a friend and like we had to like highlight parts in the music. It was for marching band. It basically, you know, highlight like, here's when we start moving, here's when we stop moving. Like, you know, like, oh, you have like 16 bars in this song to move like from like one line to the other. And so we were marking it, and I was like, yeah, I'm using like a blue highlighter because I associate the song with a lot of like blue like colors. And like my friend looks at me. I was like, what do you associate it with? And my friend looks at me. He was like, nothing. I was like, what? He's like, I don't really associate songs with colors. I asked other people. They're like, yeah, we don't really do that. And I found out I have synesthesia.
Interesting.
I saw something
like,
online. I don't know if it's like the same thing or a similar thing. Like somebody was doing drawings of like what they picture people's voices being like, and it was just like a collection of scribbles.
Yeah, that's synesthesia. It's like, it's basically something with like, I don't know how it's something with like your sensory processing and like something else getting like crossed or whatever, or like lighting up when not supposed to. I can't remember what it is. Basically, it's like you might associate like sounds or words with like smells or like colors. And in my case, I associate certain like sounds and songs with colors.
I mean, that's fair, but I feel like why? I won't discredit it or anything. You know, I don't know what that's like, but why would it be necessary to give that like a medical diagnosis? Why isn't that just? Some people are like that, and that's normal.
I have no idea.
It's
honestly,
just like probably like photographic memory. It's not a bad thing necessarily. It's just a different thing.
I think it's more just like, here's like an actual term for it instead of just like a diagnosis.
Oh, sure.
I've also been seeing the thing too where like a bunch of people discovering they have like, I think it's aphantasia, where it's like you can't actually picture something in your head. And I was watching this one like video of these animators, and the one guy, he's like, yeah, I can't visualize things, and they're all like, what? And he explains it, and the one guy, he's like, wait, I thought that was for everyone. He was like, no, he's like, most people can visualize things. There's just this moment of silence. He goes, oh, I think I have that then.
I think one of the dudes from Game Grumps that is an animator was actually saying that. Maybe it's the same guy.
Yeah, I don't know, because I can find his
channel. Some people visualize like verbally, more or less, and some people visualize with like pictures, and some people do both.
I visualize the pictures. I might have, because there's like aphantasia, then there's like normal imagining, and then there's like something else I forgot the name of, where it's like you have incredibly like vivid, like almost photographic imagination or memory. And I think I'm like a borderline that.
Mine is like, and I've always tried to figure it out, but so I can see pictures when I think of things, but it's like if you had a certain memory and you ever been thinking about something and then you get a weird smell, or like a memory makes you smell something, or like you.
Yeah,
I guess
I
I
have
It's the other way around. Like I don't
I guess
have
I would
memory that makes me smell, but smells will bring back memories.
I think I had a moment in like the Mike Snow server where like something came up and I started like going into like incredibly specific and vivid detail about like this one specific like memory of a room that I had, and one of the mods was like that was incredibly detailed. I was like, I thought everyone thought like so I'm pretty sure I was describing like, I want to say it was like my elementary school or something. So now I can't remember what I was describing in the first place, but it's probably like my elementary school or something. I was describing like, oh yeah, like it sounded like this specific way, and like it's like smelled this specific way, and like it felt like this. It's like my memory's very sensory orientated, so I remember a lot of how things sounded and how they felt.
So like when I imagine things, I
Like
think what I was getting
dragons.
at is like if you're sitting in a room that's 3 rooms away from where a meal is being cooked, maybe you get a whiff of the smell of the cooking, but you'll never get like the full thing. So I can see pictures, but I can't like produce them like by thinking about them. They just kind of are there, and then if I focus on them, they go away.
Huh.
It's weird, and I've never been able to figure it out. I can't like visualize things, but I get like phantom visualizations where I know what I'm looking at, but I can't actually see it.
I think that seems kind of like dreaming in a sense, like when you're trying to picture something in a dream, but you can't.
Yeah.
Oh, more creepers. I do know that like I remember it's it's weird because it's not really memory. It's more like visualization, I guess. Because it's like I get incredibly like vivid, like so I come up with stories and stuff, like characters and stuff, and sorry, I just got the weirdest DM from one of my friends with zero context, and I just like had to take a second. But it's like I can like zone out and get like so hard into those stories. I've actually had times where like I kind of twitch in real life or like sway in real life to like something that's happening in the story without noticing it. And I was like, sorry, what were you saying?
No, I thought you were finished. You continue.
Oh. And I found out that might actually be another condition as well, because it's like having like incredibly like specific and like it's like having like very like vivid like fantasies or something, or like basically completely like losing yourself in daydreams super constantly apparently is actually maladaptive daydreaming, I think is the term. So apparently I have that too.
I think that's what happens to me when I fall asleep, because like usually when I go to bed I like to think about things and like daydream about stuff, and I'll never actually, it'll just be like I'm in a daydream that eventually becomes like my dream, and then I'm asleep. It just gets more and more vivid over time.
That seems like almost lucid dreaming, and then just like falling asleep right before it actually gets lucid.
Yeah.
Well, Dusty, didn't you have night terrors at one point or something like that?
Oh, I had sleep paralysis once.
Yeah.
And it was awful.
Because that was when you lived at the apartment with Connor.
Yeah. I think it was from all the pot, honestly.
It's from all the pissing in the sink.
Yeah. I was gonna ask, can you guys have dialogue in your head without like also moving your mouth, or like thinking about moving your mouth at the same time? You know what I'm saying? Like when I think about words, my tongue will like flex as if I was saying them, and if I don't do that, I can't think of words.
I can
I will have full
thought.
conversations with myself in my head without moving.
Like, I don't have what you got going on, Dusty. Like I can process like sentences and stuff without moving my mouth or tongue.
I will say that because that's the kind of
It
thing with
doesn't
like
actually move. It's like a sensation of speaking, but you're not actually.
I don't think I have that.
I don't have that, but I think I understand like what you're like how you're trying to describe it.
But I think A was talking about this the other day that not everybody, or no, I think we saw a tweet on Twitter about, yeah, like not everyone has an internal monologue or dialogue or whatever the hell it is. Like some people
Yeah.
can't even think without like straight up talking out loud, which sounds like somewhere in between. Like you're somewhere in between, like both sides of that, Dustin.
Yeah. I can one thing that I can do is like if you take like an internal combustion engine or some other complex machine, like I can look at that in my head and activate it and move the parts and watch it do everything. Like I think that's interesting.
Well, I don't know what an internal combustion engine looks like in general, so I don't know
I mean,
if
I think
I
that's
don't.
pretty interesting.
It's what powers your car, so it just means that the gasoline blows up on the inside, not the outside.
I can.
Yeah, 'cause I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure like gas cars are like internal combustion, and electric cars are like battery or whatever.
I can visualize toast popping out of a toaster, I guess.
This is good. These are good topics. This is a new segment on Saturdays. In-depth analysis of the human mind.
Are you making me
I've
quit
also-
Sonic?
No,
Yeah, this was Sonic.
you chose this life. You were scheduled today for Sonic, and you.
I
decided-
changed my character to Sonic.
So I was gonna say, making bookshelves.
Oh my god. I was
Crap.
making bookshelves and I gave up because it's so fucking obnoxious to find all the leather and the paper and stuff.
It is, but I really want a good enchanting.
He's just doing it for decoration.
I wonder. Yeah, I mean, I put an enchanting table in here, but I can only do like tier 1 enchantments. So, whatevs.
Oh, now I was gonna say, no, one of the other things too I mentioned, like I'll just like fidget and stuff like that to like play games. I'll also like if I'm like walking while I'm zoned out, I'll oftentimes just end up going in a circle. Like I'll just start pacing like back and forth or like in the circles because like if I'm in the middle of two tasks while I'm zoned out, I think my brain just doesn't know how to move on to the next task.
It's like I have ADHD, so if I have several complex tasks I need to attend to, I can't prioritize one above the other, and then I just end up doing nothing while panicking about everything.
I have ADHD and I also do that.
I think I've come to the conclusion that I'm too normal for these conversations, and I don't fit in.
Yeah, you actually can like function properly.
The closest thing that I can relate to in that scenario was I wanted to bring my Switch to the gym, but I was remembering that I tried to play my Game Boy while riding an exercise bike, and anytime I got into a battle, I would just lose focus on the biking and just play Pokemon. And
I'm
I
trying
think
to figure
that's just being
out where-
distracted and not being able to multitask.
I just want to know why you thought that would work.
Because it seems like minimal like effort to just like hit the directional pad in A and B a couple times, but anytime I tried to get into it, I would lose focus.
Well, um, as an example, like my ADHD, I've had since I was, I mean forever, but I was diagnosed in like 3rd grade. But so I never had medication for it, so I kind of learned my own coping skills. But how it would affect my daily life is like the other day, I thought, hey, I want to look this thing up. All right, great, I'll grab my phone. I reached over to my nightstand and grabbed my phone, put it up to my face. By the time I got my phone back to my face, I had no fucking idea what I was doing.
Yep.
I couldn't remember what I was looking up.
I didn't know
And that
was
shit
an
happens, like-
ADHD thing.
On the daily.
I'm pretty
Well,
sure
it's-
I will utter the phrase, wait, what was I doing again? At least like 4 times a day.
It's like, it makes it hard to, like, memory is a big thing, and then, prioritizing tasks is a big thing.
Yeah.
It also usually comes with, like, some level of anxiety. I actually started, Adderall last week, and made a pretty big fucking difference at work so far, so
My parents didn't want me doing any like medications 'cause they were worried about side effects. I think like the person who diagnosed me also didn't think it was necessary. And it's like I have mixed feelings on it because I also don't want to deal with side effects, but at the same time I don't know if it would actually help or not.
well, I'm always against it generally if you don't need it. And like I never wanted to take it, but my job, like I'm running a business basically dealing with, I have to hire people, I got to do payroll, I have to deal with clients and stuff, and like I figured it'd be all right, but the more I got into it, the more my ADHD was just like I couldn't keep up with my work and I couldn't focus, and I was like I gotta do something, and so I decided to try it, and I'm on like the lowest dose, but it helps, I think so.
For me, my main issue was with classes. I would like severely zone out. I would zone out a class and I could tell you what happened in like the 20 minutes I was zoned out because I would literally just be like staring blank face like at the wall for like however long. And like it was annoying as hell too because it's basically there's 3 kinds of teachers when that happens. There's the worst type, which is the ones that like embarrass you in front of the entire class. They know you're zoned out, and like in my case, most of them knew I had like autism and ADHD, and they were still like, "Yeah, I'm gonna embarrass you, so you don't do it again." Can't help it. There's like the teachers who just don't care and just keep going or like not notice, and I have had on occasion like teachers who will like subtly like get me to pay attention again. And, like, I like the ones who did it subtly because, like, I didn't feel bad.
My cousin.
And then there's the
Oh,
math
no.
teachers that touch all the female students.
What?
Yeah, I didn't know if you would get the joke right away, but it's related to our school, so.
Well, I was gonna say that I would always fall asleep in math class because it was right after lunch, and I've always been like pretty good at math, so I never really paid attention. So I would just sit there, like doodling for a while, and then I'd just fall asleep, and I would try to like I wouldn't try to fall asleep. I just could not keep my eyes open. But
I'm actually exactly the same when I was in math. Cool.
did we have the
like,
same math class?
Nah, but mine was in the morning, and I would get there, rush through all my homework from the night before by just writing down a bunch of random bullshit while he was walking around, and then I would fall asleep.
That's what I would do for science in middle school, because I would never do my work. I would just quickly circle a bunch of stuff because it was usually multiple choice.
I was gonna
Hell
say,
yeah.
like, I can't go too much into detail on this because this was in, like, the news, and I don't want to, like, dump myself. There was legitimately a teacher at our school who, like, got exposed that he was having students, like, send him nudes and stuff to, like, for their grades or whatever, like, threatening to, like, I don't know how he did. I'm guessing he was, like, threatening to release them or something. Like, I have no idea. Like, basically, like, they, for a while, were scared to, like, go to police or whatever. And, like, he ended up, like, getting investigated by, like, the FBI about it.
It's fine.
Like,
We
I
had a
think-
teacher that dated a student.
I mean, it was after, if I'm thinking it was the same person, it was after she graduated.
I feel like it.
It's still weird, but
I feel like it
she was of
began while she
age.
was still in school, though.
It most likely did. Did I ever tell you that she was selling like a Walmart gift card on Facebook Marketplace? It was like a $50, I think it was $60 Walmart gift card, but she was selling it for $50 because she wanted cash. And I was like, yeah, why not do that? Because I shop at
You know, that's what
Walmart.
drug addicts do.
What do you mean?
Well, continue.
Oh, well, like, why not do that? Because, like, I shop at Walmart, so I messaged her, and I was like, yeah, I'll pay you $50 for the gift card. She's like, okay, I'll give it to so-and-so teacher at school, and we can swap the money that way. It's like, that's really creepy. I wish I hadn't done this now.
Did you have
you
to
get the
see
gift
said
card?
teacher?
Yes, like, and this was after she had already graduated, so like I just figured like meet up somewhere and like a normal person, but no, she's like, yeah, I'll give it to so and so, and then I used that gift card to buy Mario Kart 8.
Did you feel dirty at the checkout?
Not really. I bought that game the day we graduated.
Well, oh, okay, like after the ceremony or like the last day of class?
It was before the actual graduation. Like I remember, we had to like do the practice run of everything, and then I went to go hang out with Tyler because he was not graduating, and then I went to Beaver Dam and bought the game, and then I came back and we did the graduation. But yeah, the Mario Kart that is still super popular on the Switch. It came out on the Wii U the day we graduated, and there hasn't been another Mario Kart since, and we've almost been graduated for 9 years now.
It's been leaked that they're working on another one.
Well, who knows when that's gonna come out? It better not be another like mobile game, because Mario Kart Tour kind of annoys me at how much effort they're putting into it.
I
I'm
tried
pretty
that
sure-
and I didn't like it at all.
I'm pretty sure they are, like, it's gonna be on. Like, I'm still really hoping they're gonna have a Nintendo Direct soon. It's been leaked for a while now.
I'm waiting for all video games to just be like
I have way
turned
too many
into streaming. You seen that thing where like there'll be a company that
Google
streaming
has
services.
something like that, and it is already basically shutting down because you have to have pretty good internet for that to work.
Were you talking about Stadia?
Yeah.
It's a great fucking idea though, don't you think? Then you don't even have to worry about buying computers. You get a screen with a little box, pay a subscription, and then you can run like anything you want.
From what I heard, it would have been great, but they kind of screwed it up.
I mean, in concept, it is a decent idea, but like there's plenty of downsides to it. Like, you need internet to play the games, so like you can't play it without internet in general. Like there's wait time sometimes if there's too many, like, because the hardware still has to exist. Like PlayStation does that stuff too with PlayStation Now, and like they have PS3s and PS4s just like hooked up to servers. So like if there's too many people playing it, like you just have to wait until somebody else is done.
Yeah.
And you can't like back up save files because it's all in the cloud and it's all tied to that like specific PlayStation.
Well, so you could technically,
What should I use for the walls of my
Like-
dog?
stone bricks maybe.
Okay.
So you could technically create, or like upload the firmware from basically make an emulator on a like a very powerful computer or multiple or in a giant server building, and have like multiple copies of that firmware inside of their own, boxes in the computer.
Well,
so you wouldn't have to
it depends
have
on the system because like the PS3 like emulation for it is not very advanced at the moment. Like if the PS3 could even be emulated properly by Sony, they probably would have had backwards compatibility like in the PS4 and the PS5 because the Xbox One can play a handful of 360 and original Xbox One games through emulation, but the PS3 is just like they designed it in a way that it's not easy to emulate.
Yeah, that's fair.
And if you are getting to the point where like it is easy to emulate, you might as if you have the hardware, like from a cheaper standpoint, yeah, like you could buy this $30 box that is just streaming the video, and if you have the good internet, yeah, you don't need to have like a high-end device, but like stuff like old Nintendo games, you could run that on a like old Android from 2010. Like they're not that powerful.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. So like San Andreas, you can play basically that in its original form on any handheld device nowadays. And it looks the same.
Yeah.
The future of gaming is just going to be you looking at a screen. There'll be a guy on the screen playing the game that you want to play, and you'll just tell him what to do.
That sounds very unfun.
That'll be like a 9-to-5 job. You show up to play video games for other people.
Also, even in the scenario where you have like the best internet possible, games with like high precision, like that input delay from streaming the games will screw with stuff.
That's what I was hearing a lot. Is the
For
delay.
sure. Well, did you hear about, I don't know if it's run by SpaceX or Tesla or
I think it's run by
its
like
own company?
it's run.
the-
It's under the Boring Company, but I know what you're talking about, like the Starlink or whatever.
Yeah, they already have like 90 some odd or more satellites up for that.
That's what I hate,
Trying
by
to
the
do, like,
way, is that
300
it's just
more.
like I'm pretty sure like other companies have proven you don't actually need that many satellites, and it's just creating more space junk.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, but also most of the time when they're finished with satellites, they pop a little booster and they burn up in the atmosphere. So like a lot of the shit that's up there is either like for future use or didn't have the technology to do that. It's old,
I was
'Cause, I
thinking
mean, I
the other
s-
day that like I wonder how GPS works. Like how many iPhones you think are out there for one generation of iPhone a year? Like old iPhones still can connect to GPS. Like every year there's like 5 million iPhones put out. If like every single one were to still like be in production, like that's just iPhone. Like how many things connect to like the satellites for GPS at once? That's just like you'd think that would like overwhelm it or bog it down.
That's a good point.
Because like
I
that
think
old
don't the
phone that has the Chinese kids blabbing away on it, like, at least with iPhones, as long as like you start the GPS, like the mapping, when you're on Wi-Fi, the GPS still works without the Wi-Fi. It's just that you need it to like map out where the route is, because it'll still track where you're going even without cellular data.
yeah.
So like even all those phones out there, if they're not hooked up to cellular plans, they're still connecting to the GPS systems.
I'm gonna ask Google that. Actually, I'm gonna ask Safari now because that's what I use apparently.
Siri. Not as funny as yesterday, or what?
It says the satellite can support an
Ignore.
infinite number of GPS devices because it's a one-way form of communication, like a radio station broadcasting. It doesn't matter how many radios are tuning in; they need only be in range to receive the signal.
I guess that makes sense, but I had just assumed that like there was some sort of data transfer because of it being more complex than just like sound waves.
Well, I think in order for GPS to work, you need to have at least 3 satellites to make like a triangulation. Yeah, but then it's just like radio waves, and your phone is what does the translating of that shit by picking up the direction of the waves or something like that.
Most likely, like, because like what I said, like it needs data to map things out properly. So like if I start with that phone, if I start directions when I'm leaving the store for delivery on that, and I go on the intended route, it works just fine. But if I stray and like take a different path because I think it's faster, it freaks the fuck out because it can't like recalculate where it's supposed to be going.
Imagine you're like in an emergency, like your wife's giving birth or something, and you did that, and then you accidentally took a left turn, and oh shit, now I can't get to the hospital.
If you go back on the route that it says, it usually fixes itself, but I was like refusing to go on Main Street the other day, and I was taking one that was like parallel to Main Street, and I kept thinking I was going on Main Street and then immediately getting off and freaking the hell out.
I remember back before I had a smartphone, I just had the only like smart device I had was an iPod Touch for the longest time, so I didn't have GPS. I had to go to Moraine Park in Fond du Lac.
Yeah, there's one there.
And I made it there kind of okay. I mean, I eventually got there because I sort of knew where I was going. But on the way back, I totally got lost. I had to pull up just like a plain old map on my iPod Touch. Like, I guess there's like I don't know, I had a map somehow. But so I was like, it was like I was in the fucking 70s trying to figure out markers and landmarks and shit. And literally, I used an entire tank of gas to make a 30-minute drive because I couldn't figure out where I was.
Well, yeah, I think about that. Like, I don't understand how delivery drivers got by before GPS. Like, even like I know the roads well enough now to get to like the general location, but sometimes addresses are just weird and not where you would expect them to be.
Yeah. Especially when it's like fire numbers and stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I assume. I don't know if you guys deliver like outside of town, but
Not much, but there are some weird ones that are basically in town. And some houses
those are
have
all-
multiple, like they have a fire number and a normal address.
What's a
because the
fire
fire
number?
numbers are
Like when you live out in the
they're,
country, it's like the W or N, like 1,
Yeah,
2
Oh.
something.
yeah, the coordinates
Oh, those,
of
yeah.
your exact location.
Yeah,
It's a
'cause
little
I
different, I think, if you're in like a big city because then it's all based on blocks, and then it might be a little easier. But like with our towns and stuff where it's just like random ass streets.
I mean, it's still
Yeah,
blocks in the town I live in. It's just that
Well, actually-
sometimes things aren't where they should be based on the blocks.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say my old like my hometown, like there were, because I lived in like a neighborhood that had like street names and stuff, but my school and like some people's houses had those kinds of numbers. I just didn't know they were called fire numbers.
I didn't until like a couple years ago.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine being like EMS or police in like the 70s before all that stuff, and like somebody's in the middle of fucking nowhere and you get this, you gotta pull out your map and figure out how to get to them, and
Yeah.
hell nah. When I was working with Bell, and when you in the ambulance, when you get a call or whatever, it comes up on your screen, and then you just punch a button, it gives your GPS, and you just go right there.
I'm gonna go because I'm super tired.
All right. See ya.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
What have you been working on?
I'm like putting the final touches on this new building, which doesn't have a use or description yet. I'm finishing the rooms and stuff. I assume you're still working on the super jail.
Yeah.
Super pal.
Sanser.
What's Cole doing tonight?
I saw he was playing Pokemon. He popped up on my screen earlier.
Does he do any streaming or anything?
He has the capability, but he doesn't typically. Got a fancy gaming computer.
Is your computer just in it like a regular old computer?
It is capable of gaming, but it needs to be upgraded a little bit. So, like, it's good enough to game, and it's good enough to stream, but it's not good enough to game and stream. So, like, when I'm streaming, it's through a, like, capture device and not actually on the computer.
Hmm. I see.
Does ya?
I do. Are you just gonna like upgrade parts, or just get a whole new computer and start over?
Well, I got this computer, like, last summer from a yard sale. So, it's upgradable. I don't know. I don't have the know-how Cole does, and at some point I'd like to ask him to, but
The only thing I know is that decent video cards are fucking ridiculous because of the
Bitcoin
crypto mining
stuff.
shit. Yeah.
That's kind of why I haven't been like bothering to try and upgrade it, because I don't want to end up spending a ton of money. 'Cause I'm content with how it's at the moment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what do you really need for that? Just like more RAM?
I think so.
Because that's always my thing is like, sure, I could spend, $3,000 and have the best fucking gaming rig and like run in 4K and have insane like frame rates and stuff, but the difference to me in like a PlayStation versus a PC visually and ergonomically is not like to buy a PC is the cost is not really justifiable in my eyes. As long as it doesn't look like trash, I could care less about the graphics.
I figured that was not the case with you, because yesterday you were saying that Skyrim is starting to look dated.
Oh yeah, so age plays. So I'm talking like, you get a new game. Let's say I bought a new game tomorrow. If it looks and plays the way it was advertised on my PlayStation, then like that's all good. I don't need to have like ray tracing and all that other shit I was talking about. Like I could care less about that little bit of upgrade for the money they want to spend. But yeah, if it's like a 20-year-old game or something, or and it just mechanics have come a long way in the last 5 years even. So
I feel like things really haven't come that far. It's basically only graphics now. Like, that's the only difference.
well, so let me think.
I guess VR, but VR hasn't really taken off that much.
So I'll retract that. I would say about the time Skyrim came out, which was in 2009. Yeah, that would be like a good point to say that things have kind of been, because like if you look at Modern Warfare 1 even, and then you look at like the new Call of Duty, like yeah, sure it's a little different, but they're basically visually just as good as anything else.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference between, like, older Call of Duty games is mostly, like, how the interface looks.
Yeah. Yeah, well, because I was playing Modern Warfare 2 not that long ago, and it, plays and looks just like a brand new game, honestly, so. Yeah, with the graphics, I think the big money in the engines kind of go into like the tiny details now, where it's like you'll see stitching and more hair fibers and more fluid body movements.
Body fluid movement.
Oh yeah. I was reading is it Resident Evil that has like the lady that's dressed in white with the big ass or boobs or something?
Yeah.
So I was reading that there's more polygons in her ass than there are in the entirety of the first Resident Evil game.
That doesn't
thought that
surprise me.
I thought that was funny. There's a game you can get in. I don't know what the game is, but in one part of it, you have to follow this lady up the ladder, and she's wearing a skirt. And if you look up her skirt, you get an achievement. Like, oh, you peaked or something.
I was gonna assume that you get reprimanded for it or something. In Super Smash Brothers, when you pause the game, you can kind of like adjust the camera and like get cinematic shots of like characters mid like attack. And in the first couple games, you could like move the camera to look underneath like Princess Peach and all of the other princesses that have like skirts and dresses on underneath. But when they released the Wii U one, when you look underneath, it's just a black void now. It's like, do you think that was really that big of an issue? Like, do you think like parents were upset that you could do that? I mean, it is weird that you can, but I don't think it was an intended feature.
Yeah, I mean, probably not. Speaking of parents, you ever seen Meet the Spartans?
I don't think so. Doesn't sound familiar.
So it's like one of those epic movie, scary movie type of thing. Like, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And there's a scene in there in the beginning where there's a baby, and it's like it looks like Shrek is a baby, and he gets like thrown or something, but so that's the only thing I was fixated on. I told my mom, like, it's a Shrek movie. It's just like, we should go see it. And so we did, and it's just an hour and a half of nothing but like sexual jokes and naked people and like really adult stuff. And I just remember being very uncomfortable the entire time.
And then you had to go call your grandma and tell her what you did wrong.
My mom never said anything about it, surprisingly.
You know, whenever my parents would like have a movie on that had like nudity in it, I'd always like conveniently pretend I wasn't looking. Like even up until like I was in high school, because it's just like an awkward thing to like be watching with your parents.
Oh yeah. My parents like to watch, my dad and my stepmom, they like to watch these. They're very specific, and I found them like years later. But it's basically like, you know, the episode of South Park with the murder porn?
Yeah.
It's basically like that. Like, it's like these like thriller movies, but everybody's fucking naked and doing weird sexual stuff, but it's like okay to put in a DVD for sale, so it's not too extreme, but it's pretty gnarly. Like, there was one scene where this guy was in prison and he had to eat like a baby out of a bucket or something, like as torture. Like, it was really fucking some fucked up shit. And they would watch this stuff on like Thursdays, let's say, or Saturdays, and they would make me, they'd be like, okay, we're gonna watch our show, you need to go in the other room. And I would stand out of view and watch it anyways.
That's why you're so
My
fucked
curiosity. But, you know, well, like, the way I describe it probably sounds worse than it is. It's bad, but it's, you know, it's like gory adult content that you could probably watch, and it's not like the worst, but it's for a specific type of people, I guess. It's
up. People fucked in the head.
Found some coal and some lava. I have weirdly a lot of wooden fences.
That's a cool story, bro.
Oh no, bro. You love it. I like the Scooby-Doo part the best.
You don't like the Dale part the best?
No, I hate that part.
But why?
Just sounds like some random Joe Schmo.
I feel like Dale's voice isn't that hard to do either. I think maybe he just wasn't designed to rap.
I feel like it's not, but it's also like specific enough that if it's off a little bit, you would know right away.
Yeah. Like with Boomhauer, you could just talk in that mannerism and people would, say, yeah, it's like Boomhauer, I guess.
Yeah.
But if you were just to play that Dale rapping clip, nobody would know who that is if you didn't say.
Because this guy on SoundCloud, somebody take his mic.
B-Wash used to be on
SoundCloud.
Well, I forgot your brother was too, but B-Wash used to be also.
Really? I didn't know that.
Kid Herp.
Yeah, one of his songs was like Driving in My Focus. And it wasn't even his, it was my mom's.
Gotta bring him back.
Gotta. He's in the Navy these days.
He's Slap Gaming or whatever the hell it was.
Mr. Slaps. And rather than like, he has a fucking house. Rather than have an office where you could stream out of, his, well, they may have changed now, but his streams are just like a green screen behind him with some random ass, like, office background where it's like, looks like he's in an office, but he's not actually in an office. And it's done in such a way that you can tell it's a green screen.
Don't ruin the illusion. I remember he invited me to like the Facebook page for it, but it was like around when I stopped using Facebook.
I didn't know there was a Facebook page for the gaming.
Yeah. You're just not up on the Slaps Gaming, Mr. Slaps Gaming.
I mean, I don't know why there would be a Facebook page. There's a YouTube channel. Do gamers usually make a Facebook page for their channel?
I mean, anything had a Facebook page for a while, like, it's just, like, social media, but, Facebook is decently big for streaming now. It's not, like, the size of Twitch or YouTube, but Tyler keeps asking me, he's like, why don't you stream on Facebook? It's like, because Facebook fucking sucks.
Yeah, I was happy to see that their stock, they lost like $10 billion or something because of the new iOS security update where you can select, if you're using Safari, not to have your information shared for ad targeting. So it's like, oh, you'll just get random ads. If you're okay with that, we won't sell your information or whatever. And you're like, yeah. And so then Facebook can't like target people for advertisement, so they're losing a whole bunch of fucking money.
Good.
Hell yeah.
Mark get fuckerberged. Dinkelberg.
Dinkelberg.
Stinkelberg. I saw the social network at Goodwill the other day. It was still in the packaging, and I almost bought it.
What's The Social Network?
It's like a really popular movie about Facebook back before it became a shithole.
Oh. I've never heard of it.
Like Mark Zuckerberg used to be like somewhat of a cool public figure, and now he's just like this weird antisocial robot looking dude.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. He's a fucking lizard man or something. Crab people. I was actually really cool to read and made me happy that I got the iPhone because, like, it's obviously, like, directly targeted at the fact that Apple is in competition with the parent company of Facebook. I forget.
Meta.
For like ad space and, you know, viewers and all that shit, so maybe it's like they're trying to get him to lose money on purpose, but like
Apple's really big on like privacy related stuff. Like there was some deal that happened, not deal, but some situation that happened a couple years back that like some criminal had an iPhone that could have had incriminating evidence on it, and the police were like demanding that Apple put away that cops can like access people's phones in, and like they were refusing to because like it could be used maliciously, like not even just by police but by anybody to like hack into people's phones.
oh yeah, and I feel like that's illegal anyways without a warrant.
I think the guy had died or something.
Hmm.
I can't remember the exact situation.
Yeah, that's, I don't know, it's just nice to see that in the world where privacy means literally nothing, the less privacy you have, the more money the companies make, that somebody at least appears like they care a little bit about it. Because on my Android phone, I went through every setting I could find to turn off all like the tracking and like advertisement targeting and like I don't want suggestions, I don't want autofill, don't save my passwords, I don't want any of this shit. I tried to delete every single Google app that I could find that had anything to do with it, because like they're just sucking all your data out of your phone and using it for God knows what.
I mean, to an extent that, like, I go through all that stuff and I turn off tracking, but I have passwords saved. If you know what you're doing, they still can. They're always going to be able to track you somehow, even if you turn off everything. But you can minimize it on almost every website.
Yeah.
Like everyone talks about how they'll be like mid-conversation someday talking about like cat food, and they go on Facebook. It's like, oh, cat food for sale. I've never had that before. Like the ads I get on Twitter never apply to me. It's never anything I'm interested in.
I think there's actually a documentary about that, and I'm pretty sure that is a thing.
It very well might be a thing, but like
it's not like somebody's listening to you, but it passively like uses the voice recognition software to pick up on certain phrases and stuff.
Well, I think there is a combination of it does pick up on that stuff, along with people don't really realize that, like, okay, well, you searched up this thing, and this thing is close to this, and then it cross-references it with other searches you've made, and, like, it knows you well enough that it doesn't need your voice, but you just think it's listening to you. There have been instances where, like, you can go on, like, I think it was Facebook or Google, and like you can go in your settings and it has like a collection of like voice clips that it has used for like something. I can't remember the exact scenario, but typically it's not just like straight up listening to you. And iPhones have something now where it like shows a symbol on the top of the screen when like the microphone's being in use.
Wait, is it a... Yeah, is it a symbol or is it like a little light or
It's like
something?
a little circle. I think it'll like show when it first pops up like text next to it, but then it'll just be like a colored dot otherwise.
Mm.
And back when like the COVID stuff first started up, here, hold on, let me get to a bed.
No, you're fine.
Like they had introduced an app on like a bunch of smart devices for like COVID tracking, and like there's so many dumb people that I like was friends with on Facebook. Well, I'm still friends with them, I just don't check it anymore, but like months after they already added it, it was like, hey, remember when your phone wasn't working correctly like 2 months ago? That's because Apple was secretly implementing a feature to track you at all times because in the name of COVID. And now there's this setting on your phone that you didn't consent to that is tracking you wherever you go. And like so many people, I was like half the comment on is like, you don't understand technology at all. Stop talking about this shit like you do. Like, for one, the stuff, you get updates on your phone all the time that you don't know about. It's a regular occurrence. You get software updates and you can opt to turn them off if you want to. Like, I don't have my software updates update automatically, not for privacy reasons, but because I like to jailbreak my stuff, and they patch that stuff out. And two, it had nothing to do with your cell phone tower being out. You're just making up crap. And three, it's not tracking you. The way that stuff worked was like you had to turn it on. It wasn't on by default. And somebody else had to like manually mark themselves as having had COVID, and what it did was if your phone was in like Bluetooth proximity to their phone walking by them, like it stored like a unique number that like every phone was like assigned. It had no personal information whatsoever, but like if somebody marked that they had COVID, it would like upload it and it would mark like this unique number had COVID and you came in contact with this unique number and you might be exposed. It wasn't like checking your vitals and watching what you were doing. People are like, there's reason to be paranoid about what they are tracking, but like you're discrediting that movement of like personal privacy by making up stupid shit like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really, I try not to follow any kind of the conspiracy shit. My girlfriend was like talking to me yesterday and she's like, people are saying that the government has secret bases underwater. Did you know that? And I'm like, logistically I doubt it, but okay. So show me what you mean. And she pulled up this one single TikToker who her dad used to be like some kind of spy or something during the Cold War, and she would ask him like random questions about it, and she'd be like, does the US have underwater secret bases? And he'd be like, I can't disclose that information, or possibly, or something. And so then that means it's yes. and I'm like, you just formulated your entire opinion on, and you say people are saying, what you really mean is this one person you saw, and she, she's not super serious about it, but I just laugh at it.
I mean,
it is more or less a fact that the NSA has like a disgusting amount of information and personal files and shit about pretty much anybody that owns a cell phone or a computer. There was a breach a couple of years ago where one of the agents had like stolen thousands of nude pictures off of people's phones because it's not like they're actively looking at that stuff, but it generally all gets saved in some form or another, but then their algorithms just kind of scan it to look for suspicious activity, and then if it gets red flagged, like an agent will look into it, but technically they could access it at any time.
I mean, that also depends on like where it's being stored. If you have that stuff stored in the cloud, yeah, the NSA probably has access to it in some form. If you have that just like stored on your phone, it's not connected to the internet, like it's not really much they can do about it.
Right. But I think it's scary how much like federal agencies probably do actually track, maybe not actively but passively, about everybody.
There was something years ago that like terrorist organizations were using like Call of Duty voice chat to communicate with each other because like it was unmonitored.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. I watched an interview with Elon Musk where he they asked him like a question like, does the technology exist that if somebody wanted to, they could just strap a bomb to a remote controlled drone and then blow up a bunch of people and never get caught? And he's like, oh yeah, totally, like this is how you could do it. And then he started talking about like, yeah, you could just like, you would need this thing and then you do this, and it was just fucking weird.
There's plenty of things that I like scarily thought about, like anthrax and stuff like that. How did that, like, it was such a big scare, and I don't know if people were just overreacting at the time, but like, what is stopping someone from like messing with that stuff still and like using modern day technology to like not get caught with it? Like, isn't anthrax like super deadly?
Does it spread between people?
I don't think it spreads, but like the thing back in the day was like people were like sending it in the mail, and like small amounts of contact could kill you.
Oh, they would put it on like envelopes,
Yeah.
like the sticky parts and stuff. Yeah,
And like
it's a spore. Says it's a spore.
I don't understand, like, are we just like trusting that people aren't messing with that stuff, or is it not as bad as they made it out to be at the time?
I mean, it's a good question. I mean, well, if it really is that bad, then it's probably just the fact that you can't handle it without super specialized equipment or something, you know?
Yeah. I've talked to you about like that shit that went down in a town near us, the town where you used to live, where like a bomb went off in like somebody's apartment when he was like trying to make homemade explosives.
Yeah, and then they leveled the place.
Yeah.
They couldn't confirm that there weren't more bombs in there or something.
Yeah. But like, this was just some dumb idiot. Like, imagine like somebody that like has the know-how like with that technology. That's like there's not enough. I guess I shouldn't say there's not enough regulations, but like it doesn't. It seems like anybody could do it. It's just that they don't. And
Right.
I guess it's good that society as a whole isn't psychopathic in doing stuff like that, but like I feel like it takes just the right person in the right situation that something bad could happen.
Yeah, that's true. I always thought about like what's to say, like, let's just pretend that I decided I was gonna travel to some random fucking place I've never been before, kill somebody, and then come back to my house. And let's say I was wearing like gloves or something. I was pretty careful about it. There's probably no DNA. That person would have no affiliation with me. There'd be no reason to suspect me. Like, wouldn't you think it'd be pretty fucking easy to get away with that?
I've thought about that too. Like, plenty of crime. I feel like I don't know if it is a thing. It's just paranoia. But like, crime shows like explaining in detail, like, oh, this is how they got caught. If they didn't do this, they would have never been caught. Like, that's just like showing people that like how to be a better criminal. Like, stupid small mistakes get people caught if they are like showing, like, I don't know.
Yeah, I get where you're going with that. Like, yeah, I mean, probably you sit down and just watch back-to-back crime documentaries for a week straight. You could probably do whatever you want.
My mom watches crap like that, and I don't know how, like, from a surface level, it's kind of interesting, but like, it just gets depressing after a while. How can you keep watching stuff like that?
Yeah, I like true crime stuff where it'll be like maybe like celebrities or documentaries about certain things, but I don't know, I guess I don't just sit down and watch like crime shows on a regular basis.
You're out there living it.
But yeah, I don't know, people, it ends up being that like they somehow get themselves caught just from doing something dumb. If you just wore like a an outfit that covered up all your hair and your stuff, and you were far enough away, and if nobody had any reason to believe that it was you, like, I don't know, it seems too easy.
I guess it's probably a good thing that, like, it seems like most of the time when shit like that happens, it's people that, like, aren't in a good state of mind because, like, they don't have, like, the thought processes to cover it up properly. They are doing stupid stuff, and, like, anybody that is, like, kind of relatively sane aren't gonna go through that. They're gonna think sanely and, like, okay, killing someone is probably not the best idea.
That's a good point. Yeah, because it's always the fucking, like, whack jobs that they end up, like, calling the police department and being, like, trying to throw them off the trail or something.
Yeah. Oh, Scrum Yallers in chat. Hey, Scrum. He said that, when you're caught up in killing someone, you might be prone to make more mistakes due to the pressure of the situation. Which I guess makes sense. But that sounds like it's coming from experience. Do you have something to admit?
True crime with jFar.
It's just a normal day playing Minecraft when suspected murderer Scrumbular came in the chat and said something suspicious. Turned out it was just coincidence and there was nothing suspicious at all, and he was canceled for no reason.
Can you narrate it like the original Twilight Zone narrator?
I don't know anything about Twilight Zone.
Oh, you never seen that? I love that show.
All I know is that, like, there was a movie, like a Twilight Zone movie at one point, and there was like some helicopter scene that malfunctioned and basically killed 2 child actors and like an adult.
Damn.
Yeah. I don't know if the movie ended up coming out or not. Like, at that point, I think it was Twilight Zone. Maybe I'm just making shit up, but I know that as a thing existed. But like
How
when
about
something like that happens, like what do you do? Do you just scrap the entire project?
mm, I mean, kinda if you're not a piece of shit.
Yeah, but I would say people like corporate shills are kind of pieces of shit.
Well, yeah.
I know you're
What do you
kind.
think? What do you think about the Alec Baldwin shooting thing?
I mean, if things are as they say they were, it's kind of upsetting, and like I wouldn't blame him. Like in a situation where you have all these people and you're told to do stuff and there's people that are supposed to verify that it's safe, like I would trust it, I guess.
I mean, it's kind of like if your business is like you work at a meat factory and uh, OSHA comes and inspects all your equipment, and then like everything's good, it's all cool, and you got people working on the line, and somebody gets killed by the machine. But you're not gonna fucking go after OSHA for that, like, or the. I think that makes sense, but it's not like they did their job and they're just doing what they do. I'm trying to explain this. My brain is short circuiting. I know what I want to say, but I can't fucking quite articulate it. But yeah, you make a good point. Like it's not like guns on movie sets are a new thing. Why would you not trust the process? Why would somebody on a set that's in charge of guns hand you a loaded gun? And why would you ever suspect that a gun was loaded on a movie set?
Well, I think it was like loaded, but it was like a prop
yeah,
gun
but
where it wasn't gonna be like live rounds. And
supposed to
like
have a blank.
there are things to be said about we have the CG to like properly replicate that without even needing like a gun that actually fires, but still that's not his fault.
Yeah. I agree. Okay, here, how about it'd be like somebody let's just say they're in a bad place, they walk to a freeway and jump in front of a truck on purpose. Do you blame the truck driver?
I don't think that's comparable, but I would not blame the truck driver, no.
It's I think it's just from I'm comparing it I think from like a rationality standpoint and not so much the context.
I don't know. From a standpoint where like I don't know how to phrase this, but like both Alec Baldwin and the truck driver in that fake scenario would probably have a lot of trauma for something they had no control over, and there's probably gonna be people in both situations that are gonna be like, well, you're a fucking murderer, but
Yeah.
I would say less so in the scenario with the truck, but I don't know.
Why are we having all these adult discussions on our childlike stream?
Because I'm building a prison.
It's because we reset the timeline.
I don't
that-
even know what got us to that scenario.
I don't know. The whole thing started with talking about
Dang old.
nut milk.
I don't think that's how it got to here. It definitely was discussed, I guess. Scrum, what do you think about nut juice? And not the kind of nut juice that you would think about.
Oh shit, I gotta do the back ones now. I'm centering the doors though, in case you noticed that was off.
I don't know if I did, but I
The archways.
nut nut milk. I'm trying to think. Almond milk that's what it was, right?
Yeah.
We were talking about like if it makes sense to call that milk or if it should be called something else.
Well, I said it should be called juice because it's like pressed.
I mean, I don't like nuts either, but like I feel like there's an opinion to be made regardless.
Well, and then or
Yeah.
I don't know what qualifies an oil as an oil, but like peanut oil would be like, would almond milk be the same category as peanut oil, and so it would have to be like an oil? But that, like I said, I don't know what qualifies an oil. If it has to be like viscous.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a nut expert.
But I'm still saying it's juice.
I mean, from a standpoint of like what it actually is, I guess I would say it most likely qualifies more as juice, but like from a marketing standpoint, I don't have a problem with calling it milk.
Oh no, I don't. Yeah, I don't either.
Well, you were talking about like how, like if you don't want to drink milk because of the ethics of being a vegan, why call it milk?
Oh, I was making a statement that I think somebody could argue that point. Like, I don't personally care, but logically, to me,
You
it doesn't
fucking
make sense
hate
that
vegans, and I know
it doesn't make sense that you would want to market something as imitation meat when you're trying to stop people from eating meat.
Like I've gone through the vegan aisle at Walmart a couple times, and like the stuff that is like imitation chicken is usually like spelt with like a hyphen or an apostrophe or something, like CH
Oh,
apostrophe CKN or something like that.
yeah, like the only
Oh
shoot.
shoot!
This just came to mind, but
Hold on,
there's
hold
an
on,
episode
hold
of
on,
Futurama.
hold on. I ran out of space on my computer.
Well, this isn't that important. I was just. Does that automatically cut your stream off?
The stream is still going, but the upload that for later is going to be cut off. God damn it. I was not expecting this to fill up that quickly. Ugh. Oh shit.
Why don't you get like a big external drive that's just for stream stuff?
I mean, I have external drives, I'm just stupid.
I think it's fucking insane that you can buy.
1 second, I'm about to start the recording again.
Okay.
Alright, it's fixed. For now. Alright, what can you buy?
I said I think it's insane that you can buy 1 terabyte of storage on something the size of a SIM card now.
Well, yeah, like, you can fit, like, every, like, pre, like, Wii U Nintendo game on, like, the size of something like that, when, like, the physical storage of all that would probably fill, like, an entire room. I mean, including the consoles themselves with emulators and stuff, just, like, it all fits on, like, something the size of your toenail. I don't know why toenail specifically, but
Because yours is fucked up, ain't it?
the toe is fucked up. The nail is fine. It's just the toe is twisted.
I just think that's crazy that the first computer, like the size of a fucking, it was like in a warehouse, took up like 4 rooms or some shit, and could do like literally simple calculations on it, and now we're all the way up to terabytes of storage on SD cards, SIM cards.
Yeah, I've thought about that a few times. What were you gonna say about Futurama?
Oh, just how you spelled chicken. Fry ordered or Leela ordered a fruit smoothie, but fruit was spelled F-R-O-O-T.
Like Fruit Loops.
So it was like sketch. I don't like Fruit Loops.
I don't mind them.
My favorite cereal is Raisin Bran, and I like to eat it with peanut butter.
Fucking old man.
It's so good.
I miss Lucky Charms, but they have marshmallows in them.
I haven't eaten them in a while. You can buy just bags of the marshmallows.
Well, I definitely can't have that. You know that thing that you can't have because it has some pork in it? How about you just buy an entire bag of it?
Not to, I respect your non-pork. But, so I like the flavor of pork rinds,
Ugh.
but the thought of, so I'll eat a couple of them, and then I'll be like, it's somebody shaved the skin off a pig, deep fried it, and that's what I'm eating, and then I want to puke, and I can't eat any more of them.
Even when I could eat them, pork rinds, like the idea of them is disgusting.
They're tasty, but yeah, they're.
They're magically delicious.
I didn't have anything else around, and I ate like a bag of them, and I just remember thinking the entire time, like, this is fucking disgusting. But I didn't have any other snacks, and I needed some junk food.
I mean, when you really think about it, like, all meat is kind of disgusting. Like, you're eating the intestines and, like, the inner workings of other animals, but, like, something about just it being skin is worse for some reason.
Yeah, that's. I mean, other than hot dogs, I can't imagine I'd ever be eating animal intestines.
I mean, not necessarily intestines, but just, like, inner bodily shit. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying, dog. I do like a good steak, though.
Scrum, would you buy a t-shirt that has a picture of Mater from Cars on it with the caption, "It's better to piss in the sink than sink in the piss"?
And the mater has big honking titties.
That's like a rare variant. Not all versions will have honking titties on them.
They have to be honking, though, because it's cars. When would you be able to wear that besides in your house?
To a funeral. All Scrum said was come.
Better to come in the sink than to sink in the cum. I swear to God, that was what the original one was.
It probably is, but he said he was trying to make it more child-friendly, which I don't think that is any more child-friendly.
You were going to say something.
Oh, when you had originally said that, I'm like trying to think in my head is like, how does that saying work with both piss and cum? And then I like process in my head. It's like, it's because it doesn't rely on that. It relies on the sink part.
Yeah. Say it's better to think in the sink than to sink in the think.
Okay, that doesn't work.
It does work if you get philosophical about it.
Are you sinking in your own thought?
Yeah.
Like getting suicidal?
Well, I don't know about that. Too far.
Existential, I guess.
You're canceled.
Not again. I just
If this was
renewed
like
my
a
membership.
mainstream, if this was like a mainstream, like if you were like a influencer and the only thing that changed about your stream was the fact that 10 million people are watching you and this is the content that was on it, you would be shut down in a day.
I don't think so. At least what I say, I don't think would cause it. I think stuff like what you said about your girlfriend last night might get us canceled.
We're all adults. This is sometimes X-rated.
I have a little like mock TV rating thing that pops up at the start and it says 16 on it.
My mom is pressuring me to give her more grandchildren.
I forgot you had an older sister for a second.
Which I'm fine with. If it were up to me, I would have had kids, and I've been married like 3 years ago. But she's always talking to Michaela like, when are you going to give me more babies? Then she came over to her and was like, fake rubbing her belly, like, I want some grandkids in
Ugh.
there. But Kayla was
Ugh.
like, that's
That's how you
a
don't ever
little,
get grandkids.
that's a little weird. That's just how she is. Oh, but this you just made me think of this because you mentioned my sister, but she had conceived my niece in a tent at a Kenny Chesney concert.
Did she like it and love it and want some more of it?
Uh,
I think is that
I
Kenny Chesney or is that Tim McGraw? I'm not up
oh
on
I
my country.
I don't know. I have a specific country taste, and they are not generally included
Not generally what?
included in that. My sister has Kenny Chesney tattooed on her fucking neck. She says she's gonna marry him.
Is she already married?
No, but she's dating somebody now, and they live together. So
My mom was like that with who it was I think it was Tim McGraw. Like she's super in the country. Our math teacher was like that with what's his face from Greece.
John Travolta,
Yeah.
she had a fucking picture of him, a framed picture on display in her classroom. That's a little much.
You just don't understand.
I guess not. At what point does a picture of John Travolta become acceptable for decorating a classroom?
Uh, when you want to fuck him.
I guess. I told you that our math teacher one time, the bigger one, collected, like the weird one, he collected rainwater in a garbage can that was leaking from the ceiling of the classroom and then drank it.
I've seen him pick gum out of the trash and eat it before too, so
He's eaten entire assignments. Like,
one time my iPod went off in class because Tyler's a dipshit and invited me to play like doodle jump with him. And at the time, like, you couldn't mute those notifications for some reason. So it just goes do 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 do. And I just like seize up and that teacher goes charge. And I was like, oh shit. He's like, just put it away and it won't be a big deal. And I can't believe, like, I talk to people that go to school, like my siblings and like coworkers and stuff that went to school here in town where I live, and like teachers here didn't give two shits if you had your phone out. But like they would make a huge fucking deal where we went to school if you had your phone.
oh yeah. Speaking of Tyler, you unlocked a core memory.
Oh really?
We were at some kind of function at the school where there was a whole bunch of us there, and it was some kind of thing. There was tables and shit and speakers. I don't know. But he took my phone, which at the time was a flip phone. I think it was a Razr 2. Maybe it was something else. And he texted my dad, "Hey, wanna fuck?" and then didn't tell me and put my phone back. And he asked me about 20 minutes later, "Hey, is your dad a hard ass?" And it was him, your cousin, and CPJ, and they were all fucking laughing. And I'm like, "What?" And your cousin was like, "Look at your phone, you dumbass." I looked at my phone and it said it on there. And my dad texted me back. He's like, You dumb fuck. Do you even know what the fuck that is? And of course, I texted him back like, I pulled out my trump card, which is swearing. Like, if I'm serious about something, I'll swear about it. Like, you're my dad, I don't swear in front of you. So I'm like, that's bullshit. Like, that didn't happen. I'm like, somebody stole my phone. And he's like, it better be bullshit. And then he never said anything else about it. And I didn't talk to Tyler for like 2 months after that.
That's funny though. I assume by you say cousin, it was Dylan and not Emily, right?
Oh, no, it was Emily.
It was.
Yeah, because they were cool. Like Tyler and Emily were like friendly-ish or something.
But the other person you said, I don't see hanging out with them. Or at least,
we were all sitting at the table together or something, or it was like maybe the upperclassmen were to the left and we were to the right. Something I worked out.
Was this in high school?
Yeah.
Your dad didn't think you knew what sex was?
Yeah, it beats me.
He was gonna beat you for sure.
Well, we were either freshmen or sophomores, so, I don't know. But that was pretty fucked up.
You do have a history of doing fucked up shit. And they seem to revolve around bodily fluids. You wiped shit, you pissed in the sink, you wanted to come to your dad. What am I gonna do with you?
I don't know, man. I wonder how many more of them stories I got that I just buried deep down and will recall in streams sometimes.
Don't spill them all at once.
Yeah. You never get into any shenanigans in your day?
Trying to think.
Unless it was associated with Connor and I.
Not really. I go back and forth with whether or not I want this to be public information, but there was a time that I got suspended from school for the stupid shit that involved the science homework. I might have told it on stream before, but at this moment I feel like it misconstrues me as a racist, which I am not. And I was only in 7th grade, so I don't want to be canceled. But I think I have.
Science homework in 7th grade from Mr. F.
Yes. It didn't directly even involve him, but I think I've told it on stream, so I guess I can just repeat it. But it was taken out of context. You know how we would like trade homework to like have it be graded? I traded it with Leanna, and at one point in the packet of homework there was like a world map, and there were like those things are just like mass photocopied, so like after a while there's like imperfections on it, and there's like an ink splotch on like Mexico. So like I was known for doodling in class, and I'm just sitting there, and I drew like a obviously cartoonish like rocket going towards Mexico that said "Die Mexico," and like nothing came of it at the time. And then like I can't remember if it was later that day or the next day, there was a Mexican student in the grade above us, along with somebody else and that was friends with them. That they come up to me because I had detention, ironically, for drawing in study hall because I had nothing to do, and one of the teachers made me sit against the wall at lunchtime in 7th grade like I was a 2-year-old. But the two kids above us, they come up to me and they're like, "So you're racist against Mexicans, huh?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" And they just kept repeating that, and I had no clue what they were referring to. And eventually the teacher that had given me like the detention, if you would call it that, like made them go away. But eventually, like, I wasn't there the entire like lunch period, so like I was able to roam freely afterwards, and they came up to me again like by the swing set and like were berating me again, and I was just ignoring me because it was like honestly kind of scary. Like I didn't know what was going on, and they were like threatening to beat my ass. Like I'm not that confrontational, and eventually like lunch period's over, we go back to class, and then the class I had right after lunch was English or whatever that hell the equivalent is in middle school, and I got pulled out of class by the principal and the like counselor, and they're like searching my locker, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And they like take my notebook for that class, and they're like going through it, and they're like, "Why is rape written throughout this notebook several times?" I was like, what are you talking about? Like it seemed like they were like trying to set me up for shit that like nothing had happened. Like I was so confused, and I look at it, we still had spelling words in 7th grade, and it was rope, and we had to like write our spelling words several times over. And
Yeah.
like I tell them that it's like it just says rope. They're like going through it, and then they bring me to the office. So Leanna had told one of the two students that were like harassing me that I like wrote that on her homework, and like through a game of telephone it had evolved from me drawing a cartoon rocket saying "Die Mexico" to me drawing the Mexican flag on fire saying "Die Mexicans die." And
Jesus.
yeah. And like despite the fact like they had like the homework in question, and like everybody involved, like I got suspended for like 3 days, and they're like, "We're gonna have to alert the police of this," and like they called my mom in, and but like in between all this, the student counselor was in there like talking to me. Is like, "What kind of music do you listen to?" And at this point, all I really listened to was Linkin Park. So I said Linkin Park, and she's like, "They're kind of a racist band, aren't they?" And like, I'm not trying to get myself in deeper shit, but like, the fuck does that mean? Like, I'm not. I just said no. Like, I wasn't gonna like indulge that any more than I was going to. But like, a third of the band is of Asian descent. Like, it's not a racist band. It honestly just seemed like they were trying to get me in shit, like make me admit to something that like it wasn't that big of a deal. And to be like, oh yeah, we're alerting the police, and this is gonna be like on police record now, and it was like really fucked up because like I didn't have history of like doing anything to warrant like the suspicion that like I was up to something or that I was threatening anyone. Like I said, I'm not very confrontational, and like I rarely wouldn't get into fights with people. I didn't get detention very often, and when I did, it was usually because I was like late to class or something. And like for years, like I'm obviously telling it now, and I think I've told it to some extent before on stream, but like for years, like I was always worried that like people would bring it up and like insinuate that I'm racist because of some stupid shit that got misconstrued when I was in 7th grade. Like, I don't think anything actually had happened, like that they alerted the police, I guess. I don't know. But like being told that is kind of scary.
Yeah, dude, I'd be probably on a list somewhere.
It doesn't. Additionally, there was also mishap involving Aya that like I had the police called on me for talking to her because her parents, like I started talking to her when I was in 6th grade. Like I met her online, and her parents like called the police because they thought I was like some like creepy old dude online trying to like abduct her or something, and like I don't know how to like handle that, and like the police were like going through our chats and like they deleted my original like email address and my YouTube and were like monitoring things that we said and like told me that like I can't talk to her anymore and stuff. Obviously that didn't work out very well for them, but like so that had happened like a year prior, and to be told like, all right, we're alerting the police because you're racist is just like overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like your shenanigans were somebody stole my phone to tell my dad that I wanted to fuck him, and then mine, like I don't have anything besides being accused of being essentially plotting to like be genocidal at a middle school. Like I don't even know what, like, why should I be suspended for that? Like if I was an actual threat in that situation, you would think I would get expelled. Not like you go home for 2 days and try not to be racist anymore.
That's. I mean, I've never heard that before, but that's all pretty fucked up.
Yeah. And I still hold disdain for the principal and the counselor, which I don't even know if either of them. I think the principal of the elementary and middle school retired, but I don't know about the counselor. But like I saw her at Walmart once after we graduated, and she's trying to be friendly with me, and I was like, no, I fucking hate you. There's not many people I hate, but you're one of them.
That's fair.
Was that what you were expecting when it came to shenanigans?
No, I was not expecting that.
It got a little bit lighthearted, at least in a funny way, after us talking about murderers to you talking about Tyler texting your dad to me talking about how I was getting reported to the police for scribbling on some homework.
Well, I mean, yeah, I've known you for years, and well, firstly, never would have suspected any issues. I mean, I don't know that we interacted that much in middle school, but still.
And like I said, like the idea, like obviously everybody, well maybe not everybody if you didn't know about it, but like a good chunk of people knew about it at the time in school, but like eventually like people stopped talking about it. And occasionally like Tyler would bring it up or Kyle would bring it up. Like I don't want that brought up. Well, I don't care anymore, I guess, but at the time like I didn't even tell Aya at the time because like she's obviously not of Caucasian descent, and I didn't want like the idea that I was a racist asshole. I don't know. Just
Well, yeah, I mean,
there's plenty of things to be more worried about, but it fucked with my head.
dude, yeah, especially like when you're young,
Yeah.
like anything involving legal or authoritative people is like a fucking crisis.
Well, like especially when like I didn't like drink, I didn't do drugs or anything like that. Like I was pretty straight edge when it came to that stuff. Like I don't care that other people do, but like I never did that stuff myself. And like I don't know.
You just didn't hang out with me enough.
You tried to get me to drink a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I maybe got a no a couple times, and then I'm like, okay, fine. And so then I feel like I didn't really ask you much, but I know that like Connor was always trying to ask you if you would
Yeah.
drink and stuff, and like trying to get you to.
I think the chicken population has recovered because I'm starting to lag really bad. I feel like I'm far enough away from the chickens that they shouldn't be repopulating.
It's a quick turnaround.
Yes.
Can you like set it up so the eggs come out slower or something?
Not that I really can conceive without making it complicated. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking chickens in there. They're all kind of glitched out, but I'll see what I can do. I guess I've been canceled by Scrum. He says he can't watch me anymore because I'm racist. It's understandable.
Put that in your Twitch chat.
Yeah, Scrum just said that he can't watch me anymore.
It's all gonna be misconstrued someday. What the fuck? Ah, God damn it. No, no, no. Oh my god. No, no, no. I got half a fucking heart.
There was more chickens here than I even thought because like they were like glitched out in a circle to the point where they were overlapping each other.
Alright, hold on, I gotta take a call.
I have one rocket left, so I better not screw it up trying to get out of here. Even Dustyn was disgusted by my racist actions. He conveniently had to take a phone call and just left.
I'm back.
I was saying that you left because you were disgusted by my racist actions. And then you immediately came back after I said that.
Well, not that I would apply this to you, but that's a very interesting story because I never see you as a person to like do any wrong or get in any trouble of any kind. Like you're a like a nice guy and you generally do the right thing, and that. So I'm trying to transfer the context to another story I'm about to tell that relates to me, but so I just didn't expect that, so it was just interesting.
You don't know this dark side of me.
But speaking of the unexpected,
Yes.
well, let me think about how I want to say it.
Are you double thinking?
I am double thinking.
Second guessing is the term I'm looking for. Double thinking.
I'm not going to share it. It's not about me.
Were you gonna give a name?
No. It's probably controversial and also not anything that's necessary to share, so I'll just not share it.
Well, now I'm all hyped up about controversy. Quiet over there. Aya's making noises in her sleep. How controversial.
Where are you right now?
She fell asleep on the couch.
Oh, and so you just rudely yell at her while she's trying to sleep?
She's gotten enough sleep.
Oh, yeah, alright. I'll try that one on my girlfriend.
You said I can do
You got
no
enough
wrong,
sleep.
so I'm free to do
I
anything I want now.
I gotta do the fucking dishes. You got enough sleep. Frankly, out of every single person we went to school with, you're probably the only one that, like, didn't ever do any, like, dumbass shit in high school intentionally.
I've thought about that. It's like, maybe I kind of missed out by not trying to get away with, like, stupid shit while I was young, because if I try to pull off stupid shit now, it's not going to fly as well.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, when you're in high school, all that equates to is drinking and experimenting with drugs, so you didn't really miss out on much.
Yeah, well, I probably didn't, but it's just like the idea that there was a possibility that I wasted my golden years.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people say that when they get older, if they were in similar situations, like you can't really.
I could have been
That's a lot of
doped
that
up, but I didn't.
A lot of that stuff where it's like you can pretty much within reason do just about anything you want and not really face any real consequences. That'll never happen again.
I'm gonna Billy Madison.
Doyle rules. But I was saying the same thing to Michaela, and at an undisclosed time in our relationship, so as not to attract any unnecessary attention.
She got a stomach
like, you know,
ache.
no, but she like didn't like she never drank, she never like smoked weed or anything. She tried edibles for the first time in her and only time in her life with me, and that was that last time that I ever had anything like that. And it was just like it was totally harmless. Like she had a ton of fun, I fucking didn't have a good time at all because I really don't like that stuff. But I just had to do it with her so that she could like have a safe person to whatever. But I mean, she was glad that she tried it anyways to know what it was all about.
Canceled.
I keep thinking this andesite is stone when I go on my inventory. It's
Yeah, I've been doing that a couple times tonight. Have a good night, Mel.
This is what happens when we stream a second time in a week. It gets all fucky.
Deep dark secrets come out.
Oh yeah. On the Late Show.
I was thinking about that the other day.
I watch that every once in a while.
We could have been famous.
Coulda. And then wasn't Connor for a period of time asking when we were going to make another song?
Yeah. It was a fluke. We aren't capable of doing it again.
And what program did you use to edit that stuff?
Just fucking Movie Maker on Windows.
Yeah, because they have, I use this app called BandLab, but like you can add individual tracks, so you could like record audio and then add instruments and then other things. It also has like MIDI plugins that you can use right on the phone that, I mean, they're good for what they are. They're not like studio quality, but it's a pretty sweet app. And you could like record and produce a whole song on your phone if you really put in enough effort. You can like splice tracks and all kinds of shit. It also has different effects you can add over the audio.
We recorded the vocals separate from the video.
Yeah, we had to fucking like voice over it with that Rock Band mic.
Yeah, like the one scene where you're singing in the basement was... I don't think that was actually recorded for it intentionally, and I just used it. Because, like, at the end of the video, there's, like, the shot of Connor going, "That was sweet!"
Yeah, because it sucked because I think when we were doing it, you could probably hear me, but it was kind of fast and soft enough after recording that you couldn't really tell what I was saying at the end of the song.
Needed captioned for you.
Yeah. I was just so stoked that we did something that obviously was not expected and was 10 times better than everybody else's.
Yeah, 'cause the next best thing was like two of the girls recording in a webcam.
Just sitting there, and nobody else did theirs to an actual song though either, right?
I don't recall.
In the good old Taurus.
I have a
That
Taurus.
fucking
We
thing.
can recreate it.
That before that thing died, I was in Milwaukee, and I stopped, and one of my calipers like exploded basically, just disintegrated and stopped working. So I only had one working brake because I didn't realize it, but I guess my back brakes must not have been working at all for some time. But when you got two front brakes, it's not really a big deal. So my front driver's side brake went out. I was like, oh shit, why? I'll try to get home, because I was working at the time. I worked in the Milwaukee area. On the way home,
You were a brewer.
the other one stopped working, and my emergency brake didn't work, except for like barely. Like if you were going 5 miles an hour, you could slow to a stop. While I was getting off at the exit in the town where I was living, and I was like, okay, I don't really know what I'm going to do now. And I got to the end of the road where there was the stop sign, and I was just like, okay, I turned and like drove into the ditch because I couldn't stop my car.
The only time I've gotten into anything that I would consider close to a car accident was when I was driving the Roadmaster. I couldn't stop when like a stoplight had turned red and there was a car in front of me, so I swerved into a snowbank.
Oh, my brother crashed my mom's car when he was drunk, and she never found out.
How?
I mean, I think he ripped off some part in the front and then put it back on, but he like drove it into the ditch, into a snowbank, to the point where he couldn't get it out on his own. He had to have somebody come and pull him out, and then he like had it fixed and returned it within that time period that she didn't notice. For wild children.
He got sent to the Navy.
I mean, he was either that or I don't know what the fuck he would have done. He was just sitting at home smoking dope and playing video games.
The American dream.
Oh yeah. My dad one time found an empty beer can in the back seat of his car and called the cops on him while he was still living at home and got him suspended from the football team for like 2 games.
Serves him right.
Well, it's like I will never understand that shit. As from a parent's perspective, like don't act like you weren't in high school one time drinking and smoking pot. Like bullshit, you told me that you were. Like, what the fuck is that gonna do for anybody?
My mom like was always like paranoid that I was drinking or smoking weed and stuff, saying like it's the worst thing ever. Meanwhile, like she had to have a breathalyzer in her car despite her working at a jail because like she got pulled over for drunk driving, and like my stepdad, like in recent years I've found out that he has smoked weed. It's like, don't tell me not to do this shit and then like you do it yourself. Not even like in the past, but still currently.
Yeah. I'll never I don't get that with parents. It's just crazy. Like with I've always kind of, my thing is like when I have kids, like if you are passing your classes and you play like a sport or find a hobby that you're interested in and aren't a fucking loser, then I don't really give a damn what you do. Like if you're not getting into trouble, you're being safe, and then you're fine. Like go ahead, you're in high school, just be careful about it and call me if you need something. That's kind of like the time for experimentation, in my opinion. And like when you really make it a bigger deal than it is, I feel like that just leads to hiding shit, and that's like not good.
In terms of like, I was talking about this with the manager at work because like he doesn't have a daughter, but like he takes care of his brother's daughter because he himself has said that maybe I shouldn't say this, but either way he takes care of a teenage girl, and like I was just talking to him about like how I wonder if like in the future like our parents seem like technologically inept, and I don't know if that's just because they didn't really have any of this while growing up. And like if at some point we will be like that, or like since it like we kind of grew up with it, like we're always gonna kind of know how it works. But like the few times I would get in trouble, and it was typically because of bad grades or something, like my parents would like try to like reprimand me by like saying, okay, you can't go on the internet or you can't text people or something like that, like how easy it was for me to like get around stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like going back to what I said before about like how I was told by the police not to talk to Aya anymore. Like for a while we didn't talk, but we were still friends on AOL Messenger, which I don't know if you ever used AOL, but it's similar enough to MSN Messenger, and I'm sure you used that, where you could set like status messages like that anyone could see.
Sure.
And the way we talked without having like a trail of like evidence was we just set our status messages so we would see them, and once one changed we would like read it and then communicate like that. And like I would get my phone or laptop taken away as a kid, and like I wasn't allowed to use them, and I would just go on the internet on my Wii. Like they couldn't comprehend like that these devices could do this stuff. I don't even know how that I really got into this. It doesn't seem like it had anything to do with what you were talking about.
No, I don't. I was talking about like parenting techniques.
Well,
I understand what you're saying.
You mentioned that like it just leads to hiding stuff.
Yeah.
And like I think some parents are like, you think you're hiding stuff, but you're not really. Like I know, but like I think there's like some parents that like they just don't understand that your kids are smarter than you think they are. Like they're not dipshits.
Yeah. I agree.
That was my TED Talk.
It was a good one.
I didn't talk about TED at all, though.
You guys gonna have kids?
It's been discussed, maybe at some point, but I don't know. I don't find the idea of taking care of children enjoyable. Already not enjoying having to deal with the dogs at some points. Like, it's not that I have disdain for children or dogs even, but it's just like, I don't want to be held responsible. I want to live my own life.
That's fair.
I've considered the idea, or not considered, but like thought about the possibility, I guess, of like, if I don't want to deal with like the baby age, of just adopting, I guess. But I don't know.
If your streaming dreams don't take off, you mean?
I don't think this is gonna lead to any actual occupation. It's just for funsies. I'm not gonna be the next PewDiePie.
PewDiePie. You ever watch Jablinski?
I know what it is, but I haven't watched it.
I heard he said it was just like his son like pressured him into doing it.
Disgusting.
Do you have a lantern or 9 or 8 nuggies?
I have one lantern. I am gonna need more later, but you can have this one considering all of the nuggies you gave me.
Alright, thanks. Is this gonna stay dirt or do you need this to be grass?
I'll make it grass eventually. So I ran out of deep slate.
Yeah, it takes a lot to build that stuff. Were you gonna put a roof on this, so you need like a lot more?
No, this is gonna stay open. The rest of it is all covered for the most part.
What do you need more deep slate for? This looks like it's... This is like... very dark.
Yeah, because I need to make more lanterns, but I ran out of iron
no.
also.
No, not that. I'm commentating on the deep slate aspect of it.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, I don't need more deep slate. I need more stone because I realized I didn't want to make the floor out of deep slate. So I'll replace that with stone, and I'll have enough.
I'm not used to seeing things built out of deep slate cobbled bricks. I like the sound it makes when you walk on it.
Yeah.
It's like the sound you would hear of two, like, less dense stones, like, smacked together. And it makes it feel like the floor is just gonna fall apart.
It's an old rickety prison.
Oh, you need more stone, you said?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put these lanterns up and then I'll help you with that. Yeah, but like, the other part of that too is like, as far as all that stupid fucking shit I did in high school, and even some afterwards, has generally made me, more, I guess I would just say wiser, but I know what not to do now. I've learned from a lot of that, like, crap, and it's, like, generally shaped my personality to be, you know, I think I'm generally easygoing and respectful, and I'm very cautious when it comes to the law. I always try to do, like, the right thing, obviously, so...
More recently, maybe.
Well, it's not like I intentionally went and got an OWI.
Well, I don't think you did, but even after the fact, like, you weren't trying to rectify your habits.
Yeah, well, yeah, so, like, ultimately, quitting drinking really put the nail on the head, I guess, for the whole thing.
So when the frisbee golfing incident happened, like, I was, like, before the keys part happened, like, I was trying to convince you, like, yeah, don't do that. And it seemed like you had, like, no intention to not drink and drive at that point.
Yeah.
I feel like it wasn't to an extreme, but you were kind of hot-headed in high school also, like you had a temper, and I feel like you're not like that anymore.
Yeah, I definitely, Michaela helped me with that a lot, but I tried to work on that as much as I could, because I realized that that was an issue. That mostly came from, like, bad parenting, though, I think, so...
The one time that I recall is the snowball incident.
Yeah.
Which,
That
in
was a
that
good
scenario, I also kind of reacted a little negatively compared to the gravity of the situation, but like, I thought you were gonna beat my ass.
I was butt-ass naked. No, I like to... Even at that time, like... If I had been drunk at that time, I probably would have beat the shit out of you. Because that's how I was when I was drunk. But...
Well, that's why I was worried about you finding out at the time about me stealing your keys so you wouldn't drive.
Yeah. Looks like sober me is... like, rational, obviously, and I try to avoid confrontation whenever possible. I try to be like diplomatic, but it's just like as soon as I get some booze in me, like that all goes out the window.
Mr. Booze.
I hate that. So, I mean, it's not just, but like just that fucking random 10 minutes of filler nonsense for no reason, like shit like that. Like, ugh. I get it, you need some airtime, but make some content.
I mean, I wouldn't even say that it was lacking in like effort. Like it seemed like way too much effort was put into something that really didn't pay off.
Yeah, definitely. That's another. They did something like that for the weed rally too.
That one wasn't as bad, but yeah.
Something for a bag of weed.
A bag of weed, a bag of weed. Everything's better with a bag of weed, that's what it was.
Oh yeah, there you go. It's also extremely helpful that I work in the field of addiction. Then I can see firsthand what happens when you don't get it under control.
Do you think like how your life was prior to that is what brought you there?
To my
Like
job?
occupation? Yeah.
Well, actually, it's a combination of things. Like my mom, it was an alcoholic for 20 plus years, and she actually we work together now. So she, 'cause when I broke my back snowboarding, I couldn't physically work at the factory anymore. Like I tried to, but eventually I just had enough, and I couldn't do it. And so I asked her, like, hey, you guys, well, actually, no. While I was working at the factory, she reached out to me and said, hey, we are short staffed. Could you help us out once in a while? And I was like, sure. So I would kind of volunteer there once or twice a month. And then, because I had worked in nursing homes previously, and it's the same, legally, it's the same thing. Like, they have to abide by the same rules and regulations. And, you know, I have my EMT license, so I know about the medical stuff. And I walked into the facility and I started looking around after I'd been there a couple times, and I'm like, this shit is all fucking wrong. And like they were, like, if the state would have came in, they would have got at least fined or shut down possibly. And so I reached out to her and I'm like, hey, this shit's fucked. Like, you hire me or like talk to somebody and I'll fix it. And so they made the position of manager of the facility, like they just made it up out of thin air because they didn't have one before. And they're like, we'll give you this job. You come in and get it rolling. And then just kind of took off from there. But yeah, it makes it a lot easier that I know I have experience, like, because I can actually talk to these people and like feel what they're feeling rather than just some random person who doesn't know shit about it. Like, trying to talk to an addict about addict shit, like, you got to know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Definitely worked out because part of that is that these people come here for 30 days at a time and they can't really leave. I mean, they can if they want, but so then, because I know what I'm talking about, it's a lot easier for me to convince them to stay when they're looking to leave. So that's a good thing. I feel a good sense of reward from my job, so.
You bribe them with drugs to stay.
That's terrible.
But does it work?
Oh, I guess that's not actually that far off. You know, it's like regulated, and there's certain policies on health stuff like that. But if you want an opioid user to stop using opioids, you give them opioids or opiates. It's called Suboxone. It's like a prescribed opiate, and it's like curbs cravings, but it's just a fucking joke. They have like these clinics all over the place where they'll be like methadone or Suboxone, and yeah, don't take your drug. We'll give you a drug and put you in treatment, and you just it's a low dose and it'll help your cravings, but you'll like, and then they get addicted to that shit. Like it's so bad now that when I was in after surgery, they wouldn't give me the correct dose of pain medication because so many people come in and abuse it that they're not really prescribing it so much anymore. So I'm sitting there like in pain, obviously, and the nurse was like, "I feel really bad, but I can't really do anything for you."
I think I remember you telling me something about that.
It's whack. That's
Wiggity
so I am
whack.
really glad to be doing what I'm doing because in our area we're the only organization that really does what we do, and it's the drug problems down here are just unbelievable. I keep trying to steer away from all this adult content, but it keeps coming back for some reason. This mature conversation.
It's what happens when Cole's not here to talk about Mater and piss, and he brings us down to earth. You'd think Minecraft would be a little more lighthearted. I think I have more lighthearted conversations when I'm playing Call of Duty.
Oh, it's alright. We, gotta catch up sometimes, so I guess on stream is fine. It provides conversation. I'm excited to do more frisbee golfing this summer, though.
Yeah, I was kind of upset that, like, not even just me and you, but you're probably the person that I would go with the most, but I didn't go nearly as much as I wanted to.
We didn't lose enough frisbees.
I think losing one is too much for me.
Well, you've had yours for a long time, though, right?
Yeah.
Like that yellow one is always the one that you used when we were in
Yeah.
high school age.
It's one of the few things that I would say, like, I have that my dad gave me that, like, I have some sentimental value to, I guess.
Oh, that frisbee?
Because, like, whoa, what the fuck? I killed a skeleton that was standing in place, and then another skeleton was standing exactly where he was.
Trickery.
Like, he's the one that introduced me to frisbee golfing.
I think, where's he working these days?
Just Domino's.
That's where he's been working, though, right?
He was working at a restaurant I used to work at near where you used to live.
Oh, yeah.
And then
The one where I spilled my drink twice.
Yeah. And then once COVID happened, they closed for a while. So, like, he was working both places up until COVID, and then once they closed down for a while, he just went to Domino's like full time. His like boss there has been trying to get me to go there instead of where I work.
Did Cole get that super special job or whatever he was talking about? The manager or something?
So, if I'm thinking of what you're talking about correctly, like, the people that owned the store that I work at and he works at also, the store that I currently work at is like the first one that they owned. And then they opened up 2 other ones up north. And one of the other stores, they had just fired their manager, and he was like in line to be like the main manager there, possibly. And he was strongly considering it. I don't know what made him not do it, but ultimately, like in the last month, they sold the other 2 stores, so it's probably for the best that he didn't end up going to those, because he wouldn't even be involved with like the people that like owned it originally and that he's worked with all these years.
Oh yeah. Was he? He's not. He's the manager right now, isn't he?
He's assistant manager right now, yeah.
Oh, but I assume he'll get the manager job eventually.
I mean, it depends if the so.
How old is the current manager?
Like
Could they reasonably stay in that position
35.
for a while?
So the original head manager there is now the owner of the store, but before that he moved on to be the area manager, so he was like managing all 3 stores, and then his brother took over as the like main manager now, and his brother was previously the assistant manager, and now brother is head manager Cole's assistant.
Oh, so it sounds like they got a monopoly on it.
I don't know.
Isn't there a term for that, and isn't that illegal?
Nepotism, I think, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's illegal. I don't think he got the job because he was family. I think he got the job because they were looking for a manager, and like nobody else like was interested in it, so like I don't know. I don't know exactly.
Hmm.
I mean, if Donald Trump can appoint all his kids to be like part of his cabinet and shit like that, I think being the manager of a fast food restaurant is the least of legal worries.
Oh shit! Just fell in a hole, and there's a bunch of mobs down here. Damn it! Baby zombie! Oh god! Oh no!
That's not a baby zombie.
Goddamn creeper!
At least it's a good thing that the creeper killed you and not the baby zombie killed you and then the creeper blew up and destroyed your stuff.
Well, maybe the baby zombie hit me just in time, and now all my shit's gone. Were you
well,
over
it said
here?
a creeper killed you.
Oh.
What do you mean?
Oh, I was wondering how you knew. That's why I'm asking if you were over here, because I
No.
thought maybe you heard it. God damn it.
Maybe the baby zombie's all decked out in armor.
No, I killed it right before I died. And all I have with me is Elytra.
Oh. He's gonna fly up and beat your ass.
Oh, shit.
What happened to us getting some stone?
That's what I'm doing right now.
Oh, I thought we were gonna go together.
Well, you can come to where I'm at.
Are you just underneath your new building?
No, I mean, if you want to pick a spot, but if you want to go under my new building, that might be good, because it seems pretty plentiful of stone down there, so I'm fine with that.
Well, if you're already doing it, like, unless you want me to help you, like, I can do other stuff. I just figured we were gonna do it together.
No, I don't. Whatever you want. I'm gonna do it regardless, so if you want to help or not, doesn't bother me too much.
I forgot I was in the
Here.
process of making more rockets, because I had run out of those.
Almost got me.
Unsurprisingly, there's mobs spawning all over the prison.
Yeah, this whole area is a hot zone for them. I swear that Imagine between the Game Grumps server and now, over that period of time, the amount of mobs that spawn in any given location has increased significantly, I feel like.
Yeah, the Game Grumps server was like on the highest setting difficulty, and this is lower, but yeah, it seems like more stuff spawns.
I just feel like between the phantom things and all the mobs spawning and the witches, and they're just doing everything they can, and the drowned, they're just
Yeah,
doing everything they can
witches
to make
seemed
sure
really rare before, and now they seem all over the place.
yeah, like I see them all the time. But it feels like they're doing everything they can to make sure that A, you can't really play at night, and B, like, your mobs are just gonna fuck you if you get anywhere near them.
Like, if you're gonna add new mobs to, like, spice it up, you need to, like, decrease the rate that the other ones spawn.
Especially like yeah, I mean, I don't mind them in general, but especially like the phantom things, like now it's a requirement of the game basically that you sleep. That's kind of like fucking lame.
Yeah. Like, when it's me and you, it's not that big of a deal, but when you have, like, several people on at once, that's not always possible.
Yeah.
And if the key to fixing that is making people back out so other people can sleep, that's kind of shitty. Like, you're breaking the game.
I agree. And the whole point of the phantom things so that you can repair elytra or make them?
I guess they do serve a purpose in doing that, yeah, but I don't know.
I'd rather they just be like I don't know, randomly generated, like in the end or something.
They used to spawn in the end during the dragon fight, apparently, and then they took them out because it was too hard.
No shit.
If anything, it seems like you don't sleep for like 4 nights and they appear, and that's overkill. Like, do 10 or something.
Well, yeah, because shit, time goes by real fast when you're like mining and all that, and then the less you sleep, they just like exponentially. There's like 1, and then there's 3, and then they fucking gank your ass until you're dead.
Yeah.
You can't even run away from them.
Do you happen to be collecting iron at all while you're down there?
I don't even know if I've seen any yet. I think I pulled it all out of this particular mine shaft. Oh, I see at least 2. But you need to make more lanterns.
More lanterns and more iron bars.
Ooh.
Not a lot of bars, but more so lanterns.
There, I did just find a cave system that goes underneath here, so I'll take a look. But at this point, I'm not entirely sure that I'm not going to end up in one of your caves, so... There's no torches. Do you need coal also?
No, I'm pretty set on coal.
There's going to be a villager news story later that local town owner uses unpaid labor for tyrannical expansion of unjust prison system.
That reminds me, I saw System of a Down was trending yesterday. Apparently they played a show with Korn in California. I kind of wish I was able to see that.
I like System of a Down. I like certain songs by Korn.
Yeah, I don't like a whole lot of Korn, but the songs I do like, I like quite a bit. But System of a Down's probably a top 3 band for me.
Well, I'd really like to see. Well, frankly, I wish I would have seen 3 Days Grace before Adam Gontier left. I think it's Adam. But now that he's in his new band, Santa Sonia, I'd really like to see them.
So I think I mentioned this in passing, but did I tell you that I went to see the singer of Stained live recently?
Yeah.
Did I tell you how that went?
Maybe. But you can refresh me.
So do you know Stained at all?
I've definitely heard their music.
Like
If I heard it, I could pick it out for sure.
they did It's Been a While,
Oh yeah,
Outside, So Far Away. Those are like
that
the
whole
big
Nickelback genre.
It's a little more rocky metal than Nickelback. Like Mud Shovel is a popular one. That one's pretty heavy, but so my parents or my stepdad actually I think he might have texted me while we were streaming Minecraft one day, like saying, "Do you know Aaron Lewis from Stained?" And
Oh,
I think I made some comments about like this better not be how I find out that he died or something. But like he was playing in the Dells, and my stepdad ended up buying tickets because it was like $25 per ticket, and he just let me come with because like he had to buy 3 based on like how it was charging the tickets, and like it was like acoustic, and it was for his new country album, and like I knew he did country now, and like I was accepting that it was most likely going to be majority country, but I figured he would still play some rock songs. We get there, and like I'm seeing the crowd of people that are like at the concert, like, huh, this is, I know it's country, but not really what I was expecting the demographic to be. And
was it all Hicks?
we're getting there. We get to like the merch booth, and they've got Let's Go Brandon t-shirts for sale, and I'm like, uh-huh.
Why do I feel like it's gonna be an entire crowd of furries or something?
No, not furries. You know what Let's Go Brandon is, right?
No.
So there was like this NASCAR race like months ago that like there was news coverage of it or announcer or something, and the crowd was cheering "fuck Joe Biden," and like the announcer lady was like, I don't know if she was trying to play it off or if she was just not understanding what they were saying, because there's a racer whose first name is Brandon, but she was like, oh, the crowd is cheering "Let's Go Brandon" when they were cheering "fuck Joe Biden," and now it's like stupid like redneck childish lingo for like getting around saying "fuck Joe Biden" without saying "fuck Joe Biden." And I'll say ahead of time that like Joe Biden's not the best president, but it's really immature to just go around saying that. Like,
All right, can I interject just for 1 second?
yeah,
I feel like that's very. I would classify that as like very un-American, not to just say what you're thinking, especially when it comes to politics. Like just like you can say "fuck Joe Biden," who the hell cares? Like they got people in Canada saying "fuck Trudeau"
yeah.
on the highway for the like.
Well, especially
that's
with
more-
like that group of like that political spectrum, like the right is very like, well, Trump says it like it is, and then they're saying like innuendo to get around saying fuck the president, but like
Yeah, it's kind of weak.
that, aside from that, So like they have T-shirts there that say "Let's Go Brandon" on them, and like that seems like the tackiest shit ever. But I'm like thinking to myself, maybe it just comes with the country territory. Maybe it's not his merch and it's just like country merch. And we get into the concert, and like the opening act name is Tim Montana, and it's like super country. But one weird thing is he played a country rendition of "Lose Yourself" by Eminem, which was kind of cool, I guess. But then like the opening act was whatever. And then in between every single song that Aaron Lewis was playing, the crowd was chanting either "Let's Go Brandon" or "Fuck Joe Biden." It's like, oh my God, like people here are pretty dedicated to that. And like it wasn't relevant to any of the music at that point, but they kept going on about it, and eventually, he makes some comment about how he had a kidney stone and that he wouldn't wish that shit on what's the vice president's name? Not
I don't
Nancy
fucking
Pelosi,
know.
but like you know who I'm talking about. He's like, I wouldn't wish that shit on so and so. And it's like, that's a very specific thing to say. And then they were chanting that the shit again, and he starts throwing out guitar picks to the crowd. It's like had to make him special for the occasion, and he was throwing out guitar picks that said "Let's Go Brandon" on them. I was like, oh my God, that is what the fuck? That's super tacky. And then, like, as the concert goes on, like, the songs become more and more political. And they're, like, from his new album. And, like, one of them ends in saying, like, if I was a liberal, I'd be scared of every motherfucker in this room right now. And the whole crowd just, like, bursts out, like, cheering as loud as fucking possible. It's like, holy shit. And then after that ends, he starts the crowd into a chant of "Fuck Joe Biden." He's pointing at the left side of the stage, and they're chanting, and he's pointing at the right side of the stage, and they're chanting it. He points at both of them. I was like, this is not at all what I was expecting. Like, I was expecting country, but I was just, like, in the genre alone, and then immediately after that, he plays one of two Stain songs that he plays the entire night. It's like, okay, well, at least I got this. Like, it was an entire night of country with two rock songs. And at one point, like, the crowd is like, there must have been some sane people there, because the crowd is like, play Mud Shovel, which is the song I was saying before that is, like, really heavy. And it's like, no, we're not playing any of that here tonight. But when he was playing, It's Been a While, I think it was one of the two songs he played. He played "It's Been a While" and "Outside." Like at the end of the song, he like starts screaming, which that song doesn't have screaming in it originally. So I don't know why he was against playing heavier songs. But what were you gonna say?
No, I was just gonna say, like I mean, I love country music, so but that's like a whole subculture of the country scene that's like a bunch of fucking asswipes that just like scream revolution, but if you put a gun in their hands, they'd probably wet their pants.
Well, yeah. One of his songs is like, "Am I the only one who would die for this country and put my life on the line?" It's like, dude, you're singing a song about it. You're not doing jack shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm totally like pro, like if it really is necessary, like it's in the Constitution. If your government is fucking you and you feel it's necessary, like revolution is in the cards, then yeah, like it's within your rights to do that. But don't fucking like walk around talking about it when it's clearly not going to happen. And then even if it did, goddamn well you wouldn't do a fucking thing except immediately point at the guy to your left and say, "It wasn't me."
Oh,
I hate that crap.
It was just, I wasn't expecting much, and I was pretty disappointed.
Yeah, I probably would have left.
There were a handful of people that I saw that were leaving. The thing is, like, I didn't come there on my own. I got a ride there, and like, there's not really much I could do about it. And after they like, I would say I am like, especially if it's being compared to Trump, I'm more left leaning. And after he goes like, if you're a liberal, I'd be scared of every motherfucker in this room, and they're all charged up, ready to beat some fucking ass. I'm not going to be walking out of the room.
Yeah, but that's the point, though. Like, they do that, but they would never actually do anything.
I would say a majority of them wouldn't, but I'm sure some of those drunk assholes definitely would.
Well, yeah, and my philosophy is always that I could give a fuck who is in office, what they're doing, as long as it's not some crazy shit. And if I can still work and provide for my family, I'm all good. Don't bother me with it. I don't care about politics. But like, don't make a joke of patriotism just so you can like be more hick and jump on the fucking bandwagon of bullshit. Like, it's a long history of like that kind of patriotism, like I said, and like standing up for yourself. And that ain't it, buddy.
And I guess I would refrain from normally getting political on the stream, but it wasn't even the politics itself. It was just like I wouldn't even say bait and switch. It was just like, I did not know he was like that now. Like, you go from like making some like not like somewhat deep rock songs, and that's what you're known for, and then you go to expect that, and it's like the complete opposite. It was weird.
Well, I wonder if it's like because like Stained, I think their specific style and genre of music is kind of falling by the wayside, as far as like new bands wouldn't necessarily be doing that stuff. So maybe he's just trying to reinvent himself, and getting loud about politics in the country scene is a pretty good way to make some money.
Yeah, I guess, but is country really that revolutionary? Like, after like that concert and the like being aware that the tickets were $28 per seat, I'm like, I kind of understand why now. Like, a typical like concert, you would expect like at least $50 plus per ticket. Like, we were pretty damn close to the stage. We're like 4 rows back. Like, you would think you would be paying more for that.
Yeah, you would. Yeah, but that makes sense. But
Holy shit, you went all out.
hell yeah.
And I also like had the thought process, like, some of the songs weren't terrible. Like, I mean, I don't necessarily agree with everything that they might have been saying, but just like from a musical standpoint, some of them weren't good, and some of them were really generic. Like, my mom is into that kind of music, like not the political music, but country music. She goes to me at one point, it's like, didn't he play this song already? It's like, no, they all just sound the same. And I think that like crowd of people, they don't care what it sounds like. They care about what is being said, and it could be the shittiest song ever, and they'll be like, oh my god, this guy, he's like telling it like it is, and this is the best thing ever. Like, if there was a song that I like was basically the story of my life and I could relate to 100%, and it sounded like somebody shitting into a toilet, I wouldn't say I like that song.
Yeah. Well, I mean, frankly, it's two. I think it's two sides. Like, I enjoy country music, but I'm also
I'm
like
not
down
shitting
to.
on country music in general. Like,
No, I'm saying like I enjoy country music, and like I would say like I'm down to earth, and I mean I don't really bother anybody. I don't really whatever, do what you want. I just like the music, and I like the lifestyle. Like I hope to have a farm one day, and I want to like raise animals and stuff. I find that to be very fulfilling. It's something to do with your time, maybe once you retire. And then there's the other side of it where it's all Confederate.
oh shit, my PlayStation turned off. He's been canceled.
What was that?
My PlayStation turned off from inactivity.
Oh,
So I don't know how much you kept saying. I forget where it got cut off.
I don't. I was just saying in general. Like I think people that like country music are like anybody that likes any music. Just people trying to listen to stuff they enjoy, and then they got the people like that concert that just read into it too much and take it too far, and everything's political, and that's kind of like the super redneck, like Confederate flag waving shit that you get from the bottom of the country barrel,
Yeah.
and it's a nuisance, but whatever.
I mean,
That's like the people that raided the Capitol. They're all fucking like that.
Yeah. And even now, like, people are trying to defend it, saying, like, it was normal shit. And then you see videos of, like, police officers being trampled and shit. It's like, this is the kind of stuff that you were, like, against. And now you're doing it yourself, saying it's normal to protest like that. I don't know. Like, we're getting a little too far into the politics now, but yeah.
It's all right. Been to be an educational, opinionated stream session.
Can never play Minecraft 2 nights in a row again.
Not without Cole, apparently.
Yeah. This would never have happened if I played Sonic.
I mean, it could have, because I was hoping we could still voice chat if you were going to play Sonic.
We would have had different subject matter to talk about.
So, once the prison's finished, do you have any other plans for the city? I mean, I know you said you want to expand, but what else? What else you got?
Eventually, I want to expand so there's like a residential area so people can build houses. I thought I had one other idea for a building here. Oh, a zoo. I want to build a zoo here.
Well, can you get, like, I know you can get, but can you breed, like, llamas and foxes and lynxes and or ocelots? Or do you have to just capture one at a time?
You probably have to capture them, but some of them I think you can breed.
I don't even think you can lead a fox. Or I don't know how you would capture one.
Minecart, boat, something.
But yeah.
I know we got polar bears back to the town in the last realm before you joined. Because I did start a zoo on there. Me and Aya were doing it, and I would like her to play again, but she doesn't want to play on stream because she's shy.
Oh, that's respectable.
And lately, all I ever do is play Minecraft on stream.
Well, I mean, she could play off stream or...
Hey, she can play on her own. It's just that she's probably not going to play without me.
Well,
Feels so empty without me.
well, she could play, like, when you play and just not be in the voice chat or whatever.
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm just brainstorming. I don't want anybody to be left out.
Brainstorming the capital.
I'm drawing the line, and we're stepping over it, and there shan't be any more political discussions. You should have been playing sound clips. That might have helped.
I mean, I hooked it up.
Yeah,
Who
you said
wants to
Boggle
get
at the
kicked in the
beginning,
ding dong?
and then sparked the debate about whether female genitalia can be called ding dongs.
How do you feel about the accusation that Stormy Daniels said that Donald Trump's penis looks like Toad from Mario?
I'm not sure what this is referencing.
Exactly what I said. There was accusations that Trump slept with a porn star named Stormy Daniels, and after the fact, she said that his penis resembled Toad from Mario.
She actually said that?
Yes.
And how do I feel about it?
I'm asking you, how do you feel?
I mean, I guess that sucks. Is the tip like red and splotchy?
I guess.
And then it's just really short.
And it makes high-pitched screeching noises. It just goes like...
Monica Lewinsky. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Totally did. I like that song, Monica Lewinsky.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's by G-Eazy, I think. It's rap, so I don't know if you... Sometimes I listen to rap.
I listen to rap more than I do country. I ain't a country boy.
Not that... But, I've been wearing the same pair of cowboy boots for like 5 years now.
Should probably take them off.
They're just starting to... I'm gonna need to get a new pair, I think, in a year or two. But my dad always wore cowboy boots, and then I picked it up, and I love them.
How does Shoes feel about them?
He just left the room, so...
Alright, talk behind his back.
He must not feel good about him. He heard it and he left.
Churd. I would say the basic structure of the prison should be done by the end of next Minecraft stream. But anything redstone related is probably not going to be done for a while. To be honest, might not be done for a long time as far as the KFC goes.
Why? What do you mean?
Like I finished the building of the KFC a long time ago, and then I didn't do anything related to the chickens for a while.
Well, I find that keeping up the enjoyment means that you got to move on to new things and come back to the old shit later sometimes.
You right.
Like this building that I built by your house I enjoyed building it. I haven't really put this much effort into anything lately, so this was a good refresher. Oh, I was going to ask if you said, were you quoting Shelley?
Yeah.
Cured. Oh, I like they go to California for the internet, and she like meets her online boyfriend, and they can't talk if they're not using the computer
Yeah.
because it's awkward.
I don't know if you're gonna watch the South Park like COVID specials anytime soon. But something happens to Shelly off screen. Would you like me to elaborate?
I mean, yeah, just tell me.
It is stated that in a fit of rage, Stan burns down Tegrity Farms and in the process kills Shelly.
Does he get in trouble for that?
Like it takes place in the future, so it doesn't seem like anything had happened because of it. And then I think Stan's mom ends up killing herself from the grief.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So like, with the specials at least, there's kind of a continuity. So is that like kind of like in its own timeline?
I mean, it
just
takes place
doesn't-
in the future of the original show.
Well, but it doesn't really affect anything in the sense that if they make more episodes, it'll all be back to normal, I assume.
Well, they just released a new episode that was based in like the original timeline, like the not future.
Oh, so yeah. Why didn't you just say yes?
I mean, like, technically anything that happens in the future is still possible to happen, it hasn't happened yet.
You understand exactly what I said.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm not, like, it's not an alternate timeline, it's there could
It's
be
an alternate section of the timeline that doesn't affect the actual show.
well, there could be an episode in the future where Stan kills Shelly in live, like, fashion.
Like the last episode of South Park will be like an introduction to the COVID special stuff, and then it'll end with live footage of Stan burning the Shelly.
The Shelly.
The Shelly. Look out, Daddy needs to use the internet. You don't have any South Park quotes or Squidbillies quotes.
I got Squidbillies.
Oh yeah, you do.
But yeah, I
No
don't
South
have
Park.
South Park, I guess. I feel like South Park might be a bit much. I don't know.
Well, you could, like, for example, when he has the big balls and he's like, chicks, love them. Like, random shit like that could be useful.
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to add. It just, I can't think of them off the top of my head, and then when I think of them, I have to find them, and sometimes they have, like, other sounds going on in the background, so they don't work quite as well.
How do you get those clips in there?
What do you mean?
Where do you get the sound bites from?
I just found a YouTube video and I've got it set up that like I can record audio straight from what's playing out of the speakers. Then I chop it up
Is
and make it an MP3 file.
does you playing this on stream and receiving compensation for stream violate copyright laws?
I would say no, because it's being used transformatively, I guess. Like radio stations use sound bites and stuff like that. And I do have a sound bite that is still on there that I don't use anymore because every time I used it, it got picked up as a copyright. Not like I was being sued, but like I couldn't make money off of the YouTube upload if I were to try to. I had like the final countdown music, like the do, like for when Warzone was starting, and it was enough for like automated systems to pick up on it.
You rascal.
I just love fucking with the system.
You ever listen to Rage Against the Machine?
Yeah, that's Aya's favorite band.
That's my like favorite like I don't know, I guess they'd be like grunge-ish, like
I
in
wouldn't
that
say
whole scene.
grunge. I don't know what you would call them, I guess.
It's like progressive grunge punk rock, like just say no to the man.
That's no man.
I was hoping they would do some kind of a reunion, but it's pretty much been made clear that that'll never happen.
Like touring or just an album?
Well, neither. They're not going to go on tour and they're not going to write any new music. Which, I don't know. I'm assuming they're all doing good financially, but I feel like they weren't around like that long.
I guess I don't know the entire band, but like I'm pretty sure I know Tom Morello still does like his own music, and I would assume Zach De La Rocha does stuff too, but I don't know what the other guys do.
I think Zach was on hella drugs the whole time he was in that band.
Possible.
I remember hearing something about that.
Tom Morello's done music with Serge, who is the lead singer from System of a Down.
You know what though? I did listen to several of their concerts live, and well, part of why I think that he was fucked up the whole time is because his live concerts, they're tuned down, first of all, most of the time because... Hold on. My cat was trying to... Anyway, he sings them in the wrong key because he can't, like, reach the right notes, and his voice is always, like, fucking worn out. And then the timing is usually not on key with the album, and his screamo parts are just fucking weak, like, they're not punchy like they're supposed to be. It's weird.
I don't know if I've ever seen like a YouTube video or anything of them performing live before.
Yeah, I'd say the albums are much better than their live performances, in my opinion.
I don't know if they actually were, but like you go back and watch like System of a Down live performances, and they seem like they're drugged up beyond belief.
I think, like, I don't know, I'd say that's pretty common. More than we would think, I bet.
I would expect that like a lot of music or musicians from that time period probably were. It's just that like usually they can hold it together on stage at least.
Oh yeah.
but like they're all out there. They're up there.
You ever listen to Disturbed?
Yeah, I like Disturbed.
So same thing. Like I like them too, but I watched some of their live concerts, and like, normally you watch a metal band. I guess I would call them metal or rock band or whatever, and everybody's like high energy, like jumping around shit, and singers moving around with the music. Well, I watched a Disturbed concert, and the lead singer literally for the entire concert stood in one spot on the stage and like seemed to give very little effort into singing, and it made me think that it was more of a money thing than it was a music thing.
That seems like the kind of band that would be all over the place.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That reminds me, at that concert I went to, like this was an indoor venue. Aaron Lewis was smoking the entire time on stage. Like, not vaping, like cigarettes.
Well, I mean, I imagine he has money. He can probably do what he wants.
But it seemed like it wasn't just like he had one or two cigarettes the entire time. He was like, he probably smoked at least 2 packs. Like, it was nonstop the entire time. And
Well, what was the venue?
I don't even fucking know. Some tiny ass place in the Dells. One of the songs that the opening act performed, it was like some generic like redneck country song. It's like, I miss the good old times back before time moved so quick and you could still smoke in bars. It's like, is that really what you miss? Is your life that depressing that the only thing that you can reminisce about is when you could fucking get cancer in a bar?
Hell yeah, brother. My mom was telling me about going to like oxygen bars. You ever heard of that?
No.
Basically, they would have like, it's like a hookah bar. Everybody gets their own tube, except they just pump in 100% like pure oxygen. So then you kind of get like a buzz off of it.
Odd.
Well, did you know that the air that we breathe is more like methane and other gases than it is oxygen? It's only like some small percentage. It's like 2% or 3% oxygen.
I did not know that, but as long as I'm breathing and I'm not dying, I don't really care. I mean, like, I would assume in like places more pollution, it's worse, but
It's 21%. 78% is nitrogen and the other shit that I said. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, I just thought it was an interesting fact.
interesting facts with Dusty.
Interesting.
Like that maids used to jerk off kids to make them go to bed.
There was like King William
What the fuck?
Frederick the Seventh in some European country, and it was pretty common practice for like royal families to do like inbreeding to keep their bloodlines pure. And this monarchy, the king of I don't fucking know where, I forget, but there's like a medical examiner's note of his like final autopsy, and it said that like his head was full of water. He had only one testicle and it was shriveled and black as coal, and like his internal organs were all jacked up, and like when he was alive he couldn't really comprehend anything, and I thought that was interesting.
Sounds like a good life.
I was just watching a show where there happened to be a family that was like the product of inbreeding and whatever. They were super nice people, but obviously they had some physical deformities and some mental defects and stuff. And the one guy had learned to speak by like communicating with his dogs. So like these interviewers came to talk to him about something that happened, I guess, and he was just like barking at them. And like he would use his finger to point and then he would bark and like try to get their attention. Man, that shit sucks.
Back in my day, we used to bark at people.
Which made me think, like, if you were raised by dogs and all you knew was, like, the barking, do you think you would be able to understand it? And communicate, like, with the dogs via barking?
I feel like... I mean, I'm not an expert on dog, but barking doesn't have communication. It's more so, like, the tone, and I don't think there's like enough there to like hold conversation.
Well, I mean, obviously not like a... Yeah, but it means something, right?
It
Like,
means
with the
something,
tone.
but like dogs are like simple enough creatures that like they don't need the needs that a human would need. And like if you were to have like several humans barking at each other, I don't think they could get the point across.
Alright, how about this? If I shit in the woods and there was no nose around, would it smell?
Probably because you would have to be there to shit.
If I dropped a deuce and then left, would it still smell?
I would assume yes still.
Alright.
I mean, maybe your deuces don't smell to begin with. I don't know.
All I know is that ever
Gatekeep
since I got
deuce.
ever since I got out of surgery, everything smells and tastes like shit. So
It went from soap to sulfur to shit.
oh, I did tell this. Well, yeah, sulfur and whatever, but just bad. I forgot I already said that.
Unoriginal.
Sorry. We're sorry. Do you want me to
Alright.
smelt the shit for you?
No, it's fine. I was about to say that I think I am gonna call it a night because I gotta work at 11:30. I think I made decent progress.
Speaking of which, we got off stream at like 6 yesterday.
Yeah.
I woke up at 10, and I'm not tired at all.
You didn't sleep at all in between.
No, so I went to bed at 6-ish. I woke up at 10, and I've been up since then.
Jeez. I think I probably went to bed at like 7-ish after doing dishes, and I woke up at like 1-ish, 1:30 maybe.
I like that skin though.
The knuckle skin,
Yeah, it's nice. I like the eyes.
even though it hides my dreadlocks when I have the helmet on.
You just look like a predator.
It'd be cool if I could mix and match it with like existing pieces of my normal skin, but it's all or nothing.
Just have
Holy
like
beds.
yeah, that's where I got those beds from.
I thought he only had like a few in here.
Imagine all the wool he wasted for this.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole thing just... You could have put 2 beds down here, and then what... Does he even use that contraption that... I don't even know what this is supposed to make down here.
It's like an auto smelter using bamboo, because bamboo can be like harvested with pistons, and it is used as a cooking source also. But there was issues that like the mine carts kept despawning.
That's weird.
Yeah.
You could probably put an animal in a pen down there, and that might fix that.
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought you were going to bed. Now you're putting beds down?
Literally putting beds down, going to bed.
But are you going up the sideways stairs?
I don't have those installed yet.
I think this is a hazard to the inmates.
What?
Just a table saw sitting in the hallway, and it's on.
Bzz.
Oh yeah.
Surprised that doesn't hurt you.
Oh yeah. Saw me good,
Who
Daddy.
needs toilet paper when you have a buzzsaw?
It's like I saw this guy's solution to running out of toilet paper is you put a toilet bowl bristly cleaner on the end of a drill and then like attached it to the toilet, and it would like shoot out of the toilet when you flushed and then just like turn on full blast.
Ew.
Ooh, that was a close one. Did they blow up Kabul?
I don't think they blow up Kabul, but they blow up the deep slate, which is pissing me off. I need to light that shit up more, but I don't have the resources.
Manta rays are back.
They've been near me for a while. I was just dealing with them. Yeah, this is overkill on the beds.
I'd say it's overkill on the mob heads you got in here.
They're rare.
Well, not anymore, they're not.
I have them all. Nobody would dare steal them from me.
You don't have any wither skulls in here. You need to put at least 3 in here.
And then, like, some sort of T-shape underneath, like a table.
Yeah, and you could make it out of something like maybe soul sand. That's easy to find.
Yeah, it's kind of cool looking, too.
Could you imagine if this was just like a candid conversation between some guys and they had no fucking idea? Just 1 out of a million, what are the odds? But they're just saying like, oh yeah, we totally, like, soul sand looks cool. I bet you these would look cool on top of here. Then the fucking wither pops out. They probably shit their pants.
The
What have we
wither
done?
used to make, like, a loud-ass noise when it got spawned. So, like, when it got spawned in the Minecraft server, it would scare the shit out of everybody. And I don't know how that didn't get abused, because, like, you could have spawned a wither anywhere and it would just destroy everyone's shit.
They had to have had that set up somehow, so you couldn't do it. Because I didn't even think of that, but I also wasn't, like, that Minecraft adept at the time that I would have known about that.
You weren't the #1 Minecraft villain.
What's that song with the kid that says #1 something?
But we are #1?
No.
I don't know, then.
He's got like a high-pitched voice.
I have no
Number
fucking
one.
clue.
Oh, it's the Fortnite song.
Oh, the It's like the parody of the Estelle song.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down.
Yeah. Are we just wandering around for conversation's sake?
Seems that way.
Alright, well, I'll let you get to bed. Have a seat. Right over here, have a seat. You actually meant that you wanted to sleep in Minecraft, but then
Yeah.
because you got to work at the prison at 10 a.m.
Yeah. Alright. Actually, let me check something real quick. I'll let you stare at me in bed in the process.
Your pants are doing that thing like the pixelated counselor from Family Guy. Oh, what the fuck?
The prisoners are revolting!
What? Your skin, it's all like moving around. I believe I'm having some sort of seizure.
I'm not looking forward to piecing this stream together later because what are we at now? About 5.5 hours. It's not that long.
No, didn't we start at like 10:30? Oh yeah, so I guess okay. Thought it was only 3:30.
Where is my credit sequence? There it is. I had it set up assuming it was just going to be me and you, and I didn't anticipate echo. So I gotta update it.
There's a llama on top of your outer wall. He's looking in here like he's plotting something.
Probably one of the wandering trader llamas.
Which, you would think that would be like oh, the wandering trader just appeared, like, this is great, like, he's never, like, this is so rare, like, let's go trade with him. But no, there's 50 of them, and they're everywhere, and there's fucking llamas everywhere, and I don't fucking want to deal with them.
I think they typically like despawn with the wandering trader if the wandering trader does despawn, but the problem is I think when they get killed they get left behind.
Yeah, because they hang around at night too, so I think the mobs actually try to kill them, right? Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine, they drop leather and saddles, or just saddles. Regular llamas drop leather.
I think horses drop leather too.
Yeah, they do. I was just killing some earlier. Making some glue. That's what we need to build, a big glue factory. It'll just be a pen full of horses. They go in, but they don't come out. We should have talked about the girl that put Gorilla Glue in her hair and then filed a lawsuit. And I'm pretty sure she won.
There's no way that already went through already. I don't know. Maybe it did. Alright. It is time to go to bed. Shit, it's already 4? I thought I saw the time and when it said like 58, I thought it said 38. Shit.
Yep.
I've made a mistake.
What time you gotta be up at?
11 at the latest.
Oh, that's still... You get a minimum of 6 hours of sleep.
It's not terrible, but I'm not gonna fall asleep right away.
Okay.
Do you know that the animal that Knuckles is based on, the echidna, has 4 penis heads?
Oh, that's why I was making all that noise.
Yeah.
What a way to end it.
Before I go to bed, I'll publish more of the Minecraft streams.
Alright. I mean, I just want to watch like the first couple, so
Like the first ones we ever did?
Yeah, like in Minecraft on stream between whoever.
I mean, those are 100% on there.
Well, if you're not going to bed right away, just let me. I mean,
I'll send you a link.
let me bring it up and show you what I see quick, because maybe it has certain settings or something for jFar 920. So if I go into videos and then I scroll or view all past broadcasts and I scroll down, the
Are
last
you
one
on?
was,
Are you going through Twitch right now?
yeah.
Oh, no. Twitch only saves so much stuff. Go to jfar.tv/VODS.
bar.tv/what? VODS?
Yeah.
VODs.
Like Twitch will automatically save all that stuff after I'm done streaming. But if I ever drop frames, it'll mess with that, and it only saves it like only a few months back. The YouTube channel, I have all of that stuff saved.
You got 30. I haven't been in all these. Have we done 30 of these?
Minecraft?
Yeah.
Well, I don't even have all of them published. There's probably close to like 40 now, but you're not in all of them. The titles usually say who's in them.
Gotcha.
So there was a couple streams I did alone. So there's Josh, there's 4 alone, then there's one that says with friends, probably because I couldn't fit everybody's name in there. Let me see.
I'm gonna be watching some of these tonight. I swear it's that one, probably 7 or 6 hours. I thought our first one was like 6 hours.
The first one we did together looks like it's probably 7:14, and that one's 6 hours.
Oh, these aren't. Oh, it's by date.
If you're looking at the playlist that says like Minecraft ongoing, the first one is the oldest one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You see the description of the playlist? I don't know. If you're looking at it on mobile, it might not show it.
No, which is flat. Between the politics and that, I don't know if you're trying to attract people or steer them elsewhere.
It's Minecraft. It is flat.
Suppose. Is that testable? I'm with the round Minecraft World Society.
All right, you keep going as far as possible. See if you come back around.
Yeah. Okay.
I wonder at what point, like, I think 1 block is 1 meter. Like how far you would have to go to like encompass the diameter of the Earth to prove that like Minecraft Earth is not the same as real Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I bet you with. Do you think we've mined enough blocks between like the amount of people that have played on this over a period of time to encompass the Earth at least once?
I would say so, yeah. I mean, you and who else? I think Cole has made like a deep hole. Like you two alone, like the holes that you've dug are probably enough. Well,
I'd like to
I guess
think
let me look it up.
In Europe, they don't have Bigfoot; they have Big Meter. Oh, look, it's Big Meter. Or it's like, hey, look, it's Bigfoot. Hey, look, it's Tiny Penis. Yeah, you don't like it, do you?
So it would be. Let me add some commas here because they didn't add them on their own.
Where was this content earlier?
We're busy being dark. After dark hours. It would be 12,741,981.1 blocks. So yeah, that's a little much, but so let's divide that by 64. Where's my controller?
Oh, how many blocks fit in a double chest?
That's what I was about to check.
Because I could kind of guesstimate then, maybe.
Are you checking the barrel here?
Well, that's not a double chest. Well, is it
Well,
two of these?
You would multiply it by 2, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 3, 20. You could do 27 stacks, so 27 times 2 is 54, I think.
60. Oh, 40, 50. Yeah, 54, sorry. That's right.
Alright, so you would need about 3,687 double chests full.
Yeah, I'm going to say I've maybe done 20.
Only 20 double chests?
I mean... I would say I would be comfortable going as high as 30, but that's probably about it. With just stone or other bricks that I have
I would
dug
say
up.
any brick, you've got to be close to 50 at least. I mean, this chest right here alone was full to the max with stone. What is killing me?
Zombie.
Alright, maybe I should go in the KFC if I'm not actively playing.
Yeah, so maybe 50, but I guess because I discard a lot of stuff. Like a lot of odd stones that I would never use. So we could say 50, but we're still, between all of us, probably nowhere near 3,000 something.
Yeah. Someday.
You could at least cover Texas. I wish I had I should have invented an app back when Minecraft came out that would link with your account and track your stats across all your platforms. For all
Back when
time.
you were in like 7th grade.
Yep. Should have did it. Be a
I'm pretty
billionaire.
sure the PC version keeps track of that. I don't know why Bedrock doesn't.
Alright, I know, but I said you could have like a little hub that ties everything together and look
Well,
at the timeline.
Back at that point, only the PC version existed. You feel me?
I would add to the app.
Alright, alright.
Alright.
I think it's truly...
What if I just
What?
steal this chicken? I got your chicken for free.
You're gonna upset
Oh my
the
God.
zombie worker. Oh, I saw something on Twitter like 2 days ago that like some right-wing dude is like, if you see somebody shoplifting at a store and the police aren't gonna do anything about it, you should take it into your own hands. It's like, dude, if someone's taking a fucking like,
None of my fucking business.
yeah, I'm not gonna potentially enrage some dude that might have a gun and get myself killed over like a bag of groceries.
I think you can just cut the entire stream and just upload the last 30 minutes. It's perfect.
You don't want to go back and rewatch this one?
Someday. Okay, I'll let you go to bed. It's 4:15.
Yeah, it is. Alright. Nighty night.
Good night. See you later.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
I sure won't.
You dick.